Finally, we connected with a road, figured out where we were, and continued to hike on the road, out in the wide open, because we had to make better time. It was getting pretty late. We had been told that the drill we were looking for had moved from where we had last seen it, to around the corner. So we were heading up that way, and as we were approaching we noticed a red light, a stationary red glow. Each of us had our own reaction. One person was like, "Oh my god, it's a cop, it's security." Another person, "Well, no, what if it's the drill, and are already inside, and it's the glow from 239. 240. Somebody's red headlamp." And I was like, "Well, we don't know what it is, so let's fall back to the edge of the tree line where we won't cast as much of a silhouette, and make our way slowly around the edge until we can see." And that's what we did. Eventually we decided, we don't have a good vantage point, let's approach it slowly and cautiously. And we come to find out it's a dump truck whose brake light was on. Meanwhile, the crew intending to occupy the drill had got a reasonably early start and should have been doing well but wasn't. As one of them later tells me, they got dropped off at the mine site at about 5 p.m. 5 of them, 3 to do the blockade and 2 to hide with cameras to document it. We had not been to that specific site before, she says. It moves, pretty much every day. So we began hiking up there on directions from a person who was not part of our group. We had full backpacks. I had at least a good 60 pounds on my back. A whole bunch of water, food, a 2x4, and bike cables. We got slightly lost a couple times, going through brambles, trying to be quiet. Night fell after we had crossed a very sketchy area where there's a pond on one side and pretty much nothing on the other except for a straight drop down. They're blasting right there, and one of the roads we were supposed to go up was no longer there. Things change very fast. It's like you're working with a disappearing map. After nightfall we proceeded up a very steep hill, and one of the members of our group freaked out and started crying, and did not want to continue any longer. At that same point, we saw roving security, most likely the same security truck the fellow who was thoroughly enjoying himself heard at around 11 p.m. It was fairly far away from us, but we were on the top of a ridge, there's a good chance they could see us even if they were pretty far. We were about to have to go up a wet weather conveyance, fairly large rocks, very muddy in between, fairly dangerous, rocks slip very easily. The crew member who was so upset refused to walk without a flashlight on. Where they were, this was obviously an unacceptable security. 240. 241. Risk. So from that point on we had to go very slow, it was very stressful. 2 of the members of our group did not have much experience with being in the woods. Only 2 of us knew how to read a map and compass. At the point where that person freaked out, in our heads I think several of us decided that that person should not lock herself down to anything, although that was a role she had been slated for in this action. If behaving like this now, then who would know what would happen if violence occurred up there? We finally made it up to the active mine site. We were all tired as hell, beat up from falling, covered in mud, in very low spirits. You know, you hit that wall, when your body just does not want to go on anymore, and you're just like, turn back, this is stupid, this isn't gonna work. But after experience, you know to ignore that wall and keep going, and eventually it will go away. Which is, I feel, where the breakdown in our group was. Some people didn't have the experience to know to break through that wall, and when they hit the wall they thought that was the end and couldn't push themselves through it. And started crying. Finally, they got close enough to see the drill. Apparently I was the only one who knew what it looked like, who could figure out if that was it or not, despite the fact that photos of the drill had been taken by scouts weeks before the action. We headed down. We were completely out in the open, because it was completely blasted away. Not really any place to hide. To the right of us was a sheer straight drop down, to the left was sheer straight up. No tree cover. We got about halfway and I saw a red light. At that point, what we perceived to happen and what happened become two different stories. What we perceived to happen was, I gave the order to drop down when I saw the light. It took way too long for everyone to jump off the side and get as much footing as they could and hold on. Fortunately we were at a spot where there was a little bit of a ledge, not much. We were basically holding on to, like, nothing, and trying to assess what this red light was. I looked and had a pretty good idea it was a reflector. Another member of my group said that it was a 241, 242 person, that they saw them sitting there and reading a book. I never saw that, but you have to trust what your group sees, and we didn't have enough time to argue. If it was a person, we were in trouble. We needed to get out of there. I asked again if 100% sure, and, I can see them reading the book. That was enough for us, and we made a quick decision to get into the tree line as fast and quietly as possible. Which wasn't very quiet. People were sliding down into beer cans and being very loud. I myself probably was being more loud than I should have been. We ducked into the trees and stopped. At that point, another team member was fairly sick. She was wearing camouflage, and every time we stopped she'd fall asleep and we couldn't find her. So we sent a scout up. I was gonna do it myself, but at that point I was frustrated with the group and wasn't feeling well, and also felt like it should be one of the people who's actually doing the action. So we sent one person up to see if it was a security guard, to double check that. Definitely saw people. There were people up there. What they see, in fact, is the medic crew. What the scout thinks they're seeing is security. Or police. They spoke via radio to a person on the east side of the mountain, who said that they had been through there an hour or two before and there was security and gave the code word that there were cops in the area. Apparently the code word for cop was used when security was intended. From the way they said it, they made it sound like multiples. 242. 243. At that point, my drill crew source continues, the one member of our group was still freaking out and basically wanted to leave. So, why don't we get further down and chill out, and see if we can communicate with the other groups, see what's going on. We found out that the monkeys were not going up, at that moment anyways, and that they would be, possibly, later. So we decided that we would wait to hear what was going on. At that point, I didn't even know if the was going on. The cats were all over the place and no one was able to get in contact with them. So it seemed like, why should we lock a person that's bugging out to a drill, when we don't even know if it's worth it? I was actually willing to lock myself to the drill before I'd let that person. She and her crew slept off and on until daylight. At the very time the drill crew was mistaking the medic crew for security guards, the medic crew was trying to rendezvous with them, so the feverish member of the drill crew could get some medical attention. We were trying to get them on the radio every 15 or 20 minutes, the scout leading the medics recalls, and there was never an answer. They later learned that the drill team didn't have any earbuds, so they didn't turn on because they didn't have a way of using it quietly, at least that's what I've been told. Ironically, during this same time and on into the night, the monkey crew called the cell phone that one of the medics was carrying, again and again, and again. The monkeys, having heard the same erroneous report that the area around both the drill and the tree targeted for one of the tree sits was crawling with security, were trying to make sure the medic crew was someplace safe, while also trying to avoid the security risk of using radio. They got no answer, because the medic's phone's silent ring feature didn't vibrate, so no one knew it was ringing. From there we made our way up to the drill, the medic's scout continues. Checked out the drill. They weren't in it yet, and we were like, don't know what's happened to them, we can't find them, they're not here. 243. 244. Their original plan had been for one of the medics to stay with the drill crew, and the other medic and the scout were to move on to a cache at the other side of the mine site. So did that, walking straight back through the playing field on the open roads, all the way back. We were trying to get to the finger, a narrow ridge that, on a topographic map, looks finger-like, and through the labyrinthine switchbacks and this way and that way we had a ridge that we had pinpointed. We said, okay, by the shape of it and geographically, that looks like it's gotta be the finger. So we're heading for the finger, and we're switchbacking, and we're like, this isn't it, wait. No, there's one more switchback, maybe this is it, but we just haven't found the part that we know yet. No, it absolutely was not the finger. We were technically lost. Technically and actually. At about 5 a.m. they saw headlights from the one security vehicle that we actually witnessed. Crap, headlights. So we scramble up this hillside, we're just going to sleep here. We know that we're just like one ridge away from the finger, we're going to find ourselves in the morning. Turns out, we were exactly where the cache was. We were so lost, we were accidentally found. Next thing I know, we wake up at 8 o'clock to the sound of machinery. The thought process through my mind was, machinery, wake up, day's starting, get up, be careful, there's machinery. Oh, wait, what the hell? There's machinery. There's not supposed to be machinery. By then I too was awake and hearing machinery. If the mine entrance had been blockaded at all, surely it was over by then. Miners had got through and started their day's work. In fact, setting up the blockade at the mine entrance had been just about the only part of the action that night that went pretty much as planned. After it was all over, several of those who were there told me how it went. 244. 245. Zach, who'd never done anything like this before, was really nervous when her crew was getting ready to leave Knoxville. But the minute we were out on the highway, I was okay. I was in the truck that we called the Dinosaur, because it had the tripod in it, and one of the tripod's code names was Triceratops. It was really funny barreling down the highway in the middle of the night with huge 40-foot poles sticking out on both ends. They got to Camp Longpants and rendezvoused with other activists involved in the blockade. Everyone was rushing around and seemed really excited, and also kind of fidgety and nervous. Finally, got the call from one of the scouts who had gone out half an hour before us that it was all clear and we could come. So we drove the last 4 miles up to the site, and the whole time I was just thinking, oh my god, we're taking over a mountain. It was about 3:30 a.m. So we pulled in. The junker car that people were locking down to went first. They pulled in at a certain place in the road that was the narrowest and flattest place. They pulled over and blocked the road, and the scouts came tearing down the road, and I was afraid that they were like police or something. I thought, what if one of the bad scenarios happen, and we're gonna be arrested right away, right after we'd actually trespassed but not actually accomplished anything. But it was fine. They jumped right up on the truck and started untying ropes. We hauled the tripod off and carried it all the way around the car. They were taking a tire off, jacking it up and putting this big, like 300-pound concrete barrel that they had made. They set up the tripod, 3 40-foot poles arranged in a barely stable teepee, pretty fast, recalls Mir, the young man slated to sit atop the tripod. From when they arrived to when the tripod was up took maybe 10 minutes. And then Mir climbed up immediately, to a sort of hammock chair about 25 feet or so off the ground, and 245. 246. Pulled the rope up after himself. After that, for the next 15 minutes I was just getting comfortable and getting things where I wanted them, including his lockbox. I hooked a carabiner to the hammock chair and hooked that to the apex. I had a piece of webbing wrapped around it, and I had other pieces of webbing girth hitched to the poles so I could hang my backpack, my water, and my food. Mir was hoping to be up there for a while. I figured I'd get taken down in the first day, but he wanted to be prepared to be up there as long as possible, so he had enough food and water for 2 or 3 days. Once Mir started climbing up, Zach went over to find out what my friends were doing who were locking down. They had already locked in, and they were just trying to get themselves comfortable. To set up the junker car blockade, they took off one of the wheels, and they had cut a hole into the wheel well. One of the lockboxes was going through the wheel well, so that one piece was sticking out and one piece was sticking into the car. They had taken out half of the dash. So one person was lying down inside the car with the door shut. They had tried to make it so the door could not be opened, and lying down, not able to see out, one arm stuck into the wheel well, and one arm stuck into this big concrete barrel that was right outside the front door. There was a hole cut through the door for the lockbox. Sarah was outside the car with her arm going through the wheel well from the other side. That was arranged in a very delicate way. It had a counterweight with a 2x4 to hold it in place, and if anyone had moved it, it would have broken arms. The tire that had been removed was propping up the barrel. If anyone had messed with that, or tried to flatten the tires, or move the car at all, it would have seriously hurt or possibly could kill. They were stuck in there. My job was to make sure that they had the nourishment they needed, and to stop people from doing anything that would seriously 246. 247. Injure them. It was pretty scary. I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know what kind of behavior to expect from our opponents, I suppose. I gave them some food and some water and tried to figure out the mechanics of caring for someone who can't move at all. The two who were locked down had hydration bags with hoses near their mouths, so that if their support people were forced to leave, they'd at least have access to water. At the beginning, we were in very high spirits. It seemed like a lot of fun. It was very adventurous. We felt like we were such badasses. We were doing what we said we would do. It was great. In addition to the 2 blockades, they added a new lock to the front gate and, a good distance, we had set up signs that said, "Road closed." We put a slash pile up to stop people from just running over the sign. We had flares for a while. After the blockades were set up, Mir says, we had a lot more time. We were preparing for the worst, for someone to come right away. But we had maybe like an hour until security came down, maybe 45 minutes, something like that. When they got there, they were yelling, "Oh, we're going to call the police, you're trespassing." Most of the setup crew was still there, intending to stay until the police got there. The cars and truck that had brought them there were gone. Drivers were standing by to pick people up at the site when requested. We had people who were there to observe, Mir says, and specific support that wanted to stay until the very last moment possible. So we were waiting around. And then we see a car. We had people down, so we knew coming. They had radios. An SUV with a driver and 1 passenger came screeching in, and the whole atmosphere changes. This is serious. This is a real situation now that, if not properly handled, could result in serious injury or death. Because that guy was prepared to hurt or kill somebody. No one who was at the blockade thinks Mir is exaggerating. The driver of the SUV roared up the driveway, right over the slash pile and 247. 248. The road closed signs. He and his passenger got out of the car, and according to Zach, they were angry, they were really angry, and violent. They started throwing around the rocks and slash that we had piled up. Paloma, whose role at the blockade was to be a liaison with miners and police, says that the passenger in the SUV was wearing a blue shirt that looked like a sheriff's shirt, with a big star. And that guy came out of the car acting as if he was a police officer. "You're all going to get arrested." And I tried talking to him because I thought, well, maybe he is a police officer. And then, I realized this is not a police officer. Which was kind of weird. That's when I was hollering to Hillary, "Call the police again." Hillary's initial reaction was, "Isn't he the police? I thought he was the police." And then she realized, and she called again and was told that the police were on their way. Soon, Zach recalls, the driver got back in his car and started going really fast up toward where the car was. He wasn't bluffing. He wanted to ram right into Sarah. And so all of us started screaming, "Stop! Stop! You can't do this! This is murder!" And ran in front of the car and got in front of Sarah so that he knew he'd have to hit all of us. And he stopped. Paloma, one of those who got in front of the SUV, says, he was not bluffing. He was absolutely not bluffing. He was somebody who came prepared to kick ass. I think what he wanted to do was to smash some heads and make it clear that you don't mess with the coal companies. So he stopped, Zach continues, and Paloma started talking to him. She told him over and over that there would be legal consequences, and just because this was private property didn't give him license to murder. He was very aggressive and belligerent. He had a large tow chain with him, and he wanted to connect it from the junker to his car, to start hauling it. He didn't want to listen, but she kept on repeating herself and arguing until finally he stopped. It was really strange. These people showed up, the cops still weren't. 248. 249. There, the sun was just starting to come up. We'd only been there for an hour and a half at most. And it was already so tense and so crazy that we didn't know what to expect at all. It was the first time in my life that I actually wanted the cops to show up. And finally 2 cop cars came, and I guess there were about 6 cops there. At first I was like, okay, now there's going to be at least some order to this. Now all I have to do is stop them from taking them out in unsafe ways. I'm not going to have to put my body in front of an SUV. But it turned out that the cops were not really there to make sure that the laws were obeyed. They were there basically to give the NCC staff license to do whatever they wanted, within very flexible boundaries. There were always more NCC people there than cops. That never changed. More cops arrived, but there were always more NCC people. Paloma continues, those police officers were acting like hired thugs working for the coal company, allowing them to kick people and abuse them and be violent toward them after I had told them very specifically, and pointed to, and said, this man tried to kill us. If they were doing their job, they would have kept him separate, realizing that he was a violent threat. You don't then let that person have full access to people who are locked down. And they did. And they stood back while he abused people and basically just laughed about it. Mir, up on his tripod, watched the SUV driver charge at the junker car and considered his situation. He wasn't locked into his lockbox at that point. As more NCC people arrived, they got more confident. They'd come up and smile and laugh and say, what are you doing up there? And they kicked the pole. The tripod is not a very stable thing. In fact, it's supposed to be unstable, so that kicking it or taking it down can hurt the person up top. Activists on the ground explained this, but this guy didn't really give a shit. So they were kicking it. They'd shake it every once in a while, to see how stable it was. Don't do that unless you want to kill me. The man who'd driven the SUV told him, nothing would make me happier than to kill you. 249. 250. One of Mir's support people, Daniel, was standing next to the tripod, talking to the SUV driver, telling him, don't do that. Don't kick it, it's really unstable, you could hurt him, you could kill him, Mir recalls. And he turned around and kicked Daniel in the stomach. At that point, the cops were there. The police reaction was, this is their property. They can do what they want. Shortly after the police arrived, at about 6 a.m., they told all the activists that they'd be arrested if they didn't leave. About 10 people did leave at that point, as planned. Some, including Zach, remained to continue to support Mir and the 2 people locked to the junker car. At the foot of the driveway, those who were leaving found a crowd of miners waiting to get past the blockade and go to work. The MJSers stopped to talk with them. The actual miners were not violent at all, Paloma recalls. They were at first kind of accusatory. We gave them some Mountain Defender-s and started dialoguing with them. They were saying, look, we've got to feed our families. What are you suggesting? MJSers replied that they weren't opposed to deep mining, just to the destruction caused by strip mining, and that these companies will cut and run as soon as they're finished, and they'll leave the destruction behind, and they'll leave you with an area that's no longer sustainable for living in. It was not hostile. At first it was a little bristly, but when the protesters spoke to the miners politely, they responded politely. They're not getting paid to come in here and fight. They don't want to come in here and fight. They just all stood there waiting for the road to clear so they could get up to work. Meanwhile, up at the blockade, Zach thought that the staff would be asked to stand aside while the cops took over, taking people out. But that didn't happen. It was basically a coordinated effort of the staff and the cops to extract the locked down people and the tripod person, in a pretty painful and vicious manner. 250. 251. Soon, over by the tripod, Daniel and another support person, a young woman called Summer, were arrested. Next, police approached Zach and another support person over by the junker car and basically told us that if we didn't take our packs off and be arrested, they would beat us up. I guess we could have let ourselves be beat up, but we didn't see anything constructive. There were 2 cop cars right in front of the junker, and we were taken to the rear one. Daniel and Summer were already there. We were all 4 handcuffed. We could see what was going on to an extent. We could see Mir up in the tripod, and we could see the cops and the NCC people around the car. We couldn't actually see the faces of our friends who were locked to the car. Zach and the others in the police car watched as 2 NCC people carried a big yellow ladder over to the tripod. Mir tried to kick it over since he was still in the hammock at this point and had enough mobility to do so. This went on for a couple of minutes. They couldn't climb the ladder because Mir kept kicking it, but since he could just barely reach the top of it with his foot, he couldn't completely kick it out of the way. Eventually, Mir recalls, "Josh. Don't worry about it. We'll get him later." And so they move the ladder away from me, and they go back to their car. So that gives me the chance to up to the top. I'd set up my lockbox up there. And so I locked in. I was locked into 2 of the poles. I was not on top of. I wish I had been. I was suspended from my harness, right next to the apex. The lockbox was made of tubes of sturdy metal, welded together at a 45-degree angle. Mir put his arms around 2 of the 3 poles, then brought his hands together inside the lockbox and locked himself in. While he was doing this, they were all kind of like looking at me, wondering what I was doing. They'd apparently never seen anything like this before. Even if they understood what was going on, they couldn't really have done anything because I could get up to the apex and lock to it quicker than they could get up. 251. 252. Next, Zach recalls, the NCC people started messing with the car, then all of a sudden everything stopped and they were looking off into the woods. 2 activists had been hiding with video cameras there. One must have made a noise, and some of the NCC people dashed off into the woods to find them. The next thing I knew, Julia was down on the road with us. Some of Julia's film got away, though, handed off to the second person hiding in the woods, a young man so skinny he actually managed to hide from the security people by lying on the ground behind a fallen log. Around this time, one last support person, Lulu, was arrested. She and Julia were put in the other police car. At this point all the support was gone, Zach notes. All we could do was listen and watch and worry about our friends and hope that they would be okay. We could see there was a woman, the only one there, doing something to Sarah, but we couldn't see what she was doing. They brought in a hacksaw, and that made me really happy because I helped to make those boxes, and we didn't have the right tools, so we used a hacksaw to cut some of the pipes and it took hours. Apparently they got fed up with the hacksaw pretty quick. I found out later what this woman cop was doing. She had really skinny arms, and she stuck her arms into the pipe with Sarah's arms and pulled the chain off of her link by link, cutting into her arm with her hands. We had wrapped the boxes in duct tape and yarn and glue and all kinds of stuff, and the first thing they did was take all that off. And then they unlocked Sarah, and that really weakened the blockade. Neither Nibble nor Sarah unlocked by choice, they were completely passive about it. While Nibble and Sarah were being detached from the junker car, NCC and the police decide to capsize the tripod, Mir says, which is really dangerous, cause I'm attached to it. If the two front had slipped and come apart, my arms could have been ripped from their sockets. I don't know how likely that is, to be ripped all the way off, but they could have done a lot of damage. So they got like 6 or 7 guys, miners and cops. Mir explained. 252. 253. To them the risks of what they were doing. I feel like I had a pretty good dialogue with the man who appeared to be the policeman in charge. He's like, "How old are you? You know better than to be up here. There's better ways, legal ways. You've got to talk to the governor." Mir said, "Well, we have talked to the governor, and he's not enforcing the right now. I'm not gonna come down, because I have strong convictions. You can understand that." And he's like, "Yeah, I can understand that. And I respect that. But I'm going to have to do my job and take this down." When they took it down, they jerked it out, kind of, a couple feet at a time. I was screaming really loud, because it was really scary, drop. Drop. A couple of feet at a time, and each time Mir didn't know whether the whole thing was going to collapse, with him still attached to it. It wasn't like they were easing me down. And then I was like 4 or 5 feet, and they dropped it on top of me. The poles are laying on top of me, and I'm like, "Get it off of me." They cut the ropes that were holding it together and slid the poles out. So I was just laying there, without the poles and with the lockbox still attached to his arms. And they said, "Okay, now take the lockbox off." Mir said no. One of the cops took out his mace and said, "I'm gonna spray you with this mace if you don't take it off." I'm like, "Okay, go ahead." And the cop that I had the good dialogue with, "Don't. There's no need for that." So they dragged Mir and his lockbox to the police car. I was sitting in the cop car with on, and I wasn't blocking the road anymore. At that point, I was just making myself uncomfortable. So he unlocked himself and disengaged from the lockbox. Like the others, Mir is charged with criminal trespass, and released when MJS jail support hands over bail money. While all this is going on, the monkey crew sleeps. I wake up at 7:30 a.m., hear mining equipment moving around, and call my neighbor's attention to this. Met with blank, sleepy faces, I too go back to sleep for a while. 253. 254. Soon, though, we are all awake. After breakfast from our packs, the crew is in surprisingly good humor. We learn, via cell phone, that the blockade at the main entrance did in fact go up but has been broken. Efforts are made to contact others out in the field, to find out what has happened to them. Are they still out here? What are their plans? The scout who led us here last night looks around and finds we're only 50 feet from the trail he'd been trying to locate. The general sense of the monkey crew is that they want to stay and see if they can do something after all. But they need more information to make a decision. Gathering that information isn't a straightforward process. At this point, we're relying on cell phones and trying to avoid using radios. We're assuming, for the time being at least, that neither the police nor mine security know we're here, that they think the blockade at the mine entrance was the entire planned action, so that at this point they're not looking for us. So far as we know, no one has been arrested anywhere but at the mine entrance blockade. But we haven't accounted for everyone who'd planned to be out in the field, and our efforts to do so are hampered, not only by the muddled communication among different crews in the field, at base camp, and at Knoxville, but also by our decision to avoid using the radios. Not every team in the field went equipped with a cell phone, and not all of the field gets a reliable cell phone signal. When we make contact with the drill blockade crew, they report that 2 of them are now quite ill and they want to leave the field. Joining up with the monkey crew is the simplest way off the mountain for them, as at least some of us will be leaving today and we're not very far from where the drill crew is now hidden. The scout who led us up the mountain and another crew member agree to go fetch them. Their round trip will take more than an hour. By this time, a tentative monkey plan is emerging: try to install and sustain at least one tree sit, together with some cat and mousing. The sense of the crew is that it would be a shame to have made this much. 254. 255. Effort and come this far just to turn around and leave. There's also a sense that even if what's done here turns out to be much less than what was planned, the learning experience should be pushed to the maximum. Part of what's being attempted here, primarily by the monkeys, is an adaptation of Western forest defense techniques to an Eastern forest setting. If they can learn from this year's experience, here, then next year they hope the campaign can unleash tripod, tree sit, cat and mouse, tripod, one right on top of another. Several of the monkey crew go back to where we cached supplies for the second tree sit, to make sure the cache is well hidden enough not to be spotted by any helicopters passing overhead. Another pair go off to scout the intended tree sit site. When they come back, they report there's no sign that security or police have been there. We're still trying to sort out who else remains in the field, particularly prospective cat and mouse or support personnel. And we're still waiting for the drill blockade crew and their scouts to reach us. But we've got plenty of food and water, enough for days. We can afford to take our time sorting out what comes next. By 11 a.m., through several cell phone conversations, we've heard more about how the mine entrance blockade went. The monkey crew is disturbed to hear about the violent behavior of the SUV driver. Given the will to violence displayed at the mine entrance blockade, it now doesn't seem so wise to put a sitter up in a tree to become a target for further violence. The monkey crew now leans toward coming down off the mountain today, but wants to wait until the whole crew reassembles here before making any final decision. By now, though, those of us remaining on the mountain are getting a lot of pressure from Knoxville to make a decision immediately. Paloma, by now back home in Knoxville but being kept well informed about the activists still up at ZEB, has been wanting to call the Office of Surface Mining since their office opened at 9 a.m., to let OSM know that activists are still up on the mountain so they should order NCC to refrain from blasting. Making that call would, of course, immediately alert police. 255. 256. An NCC security to our presence here, trespassing. The monkey crew asks that she not make this call, at least not yet, because they don't want police and security guards trying to flush us out and arrest us while either setting up a tree sit or sneaking down off the mountain. They also send word that where we're now located is far enough from active mining that it should be safe from blasting. None of this convinces Paloma. She continues to insist that OSM be notified. People up on the mountain resent this keenly. Among direct actionistas, it's taboo for off-site support personnel to second-guess operational decisions made by people at risk of arrest who are trying to adjust to conditions in the field. It rankles further that Paloma's insistence on calling OSM immediately seems, to at least some of the monkey crew, to be mainly about retaining UMDs and her own credibility with OSM. People in the field feel that they are better judges of their own safety than she is, dozens of miles away. And maintaining credibility with government bureaucrats is not a high priority for them today. Eventually, by early afternoon, the whole crew reassembles here, joined by the drill crew. We 16 are now the only activists left on the mountain. The four monkeys meet off to the side to figure out among themselves whether they still want to go through with tree sitting and, if so, what might their revised timeline be, and what resources would they need from the larger group. They report back to the rest of the crew that, yes, they still want to go up, but, no, they don't want to do that today. They propose that we instead come down off the mountain, regroup, check in with people in Knoxville, and seek a commitment from them to provide a more realistic set of resources to support a rescheduled tree sit and cat and mouse action. In particular, they say that many more person trips are needed to haul in supplies, perhaps twice the capacity to carry things that we had last night, and preferably not done all at once. They further propose that we leave some supplies cached here now, with the rest to be brought in by smaller crews on several nights. The whole group falls in readily with the proposed plan. We call 256. 257. Folks in Knoxville to let them know we're coming down off the mountain, and where, so cars can be sent to pick us up. No one calls OSM, which is a blessing indeed as the pickup operation is so inept. The driver who picks up me and several others doesn't bother to turn his communications radio on to let us know to come out of hiding in the woods and quickly jump in the car. Instead, the car cruises ostentatiously up and down the road, stopping from time to time so the driver can peer into the woods looking for us. We have to break cover to verify that this is in fact our ride. The driver has also invited a passenger along, so it takes awfully long to pack us all in, sitting on each other. If NCC and the police had known to be looking for us, we easily could have been arrested for trespassing. Most of the next 2 days, Tuesday and Wednesday, is consumed by long meetings about what went wrong and what to do next. Because of concerns about the potential for violence by NCC staff or supporters, and for a host of logistical reasons as well, a decision is made not to go forward with any tree sit or other blockade in which people would be sitting ducks for attack. Instead, planning begins to focus on locking up equipment or gates and then running, with the locking up to be followed by cat and mousing, and both perhaps to be coordinated with banner drops in Knoxville. The greater part of these meetings and by far the most emotional part concerns what went wrong. Much of that discussion focuses on failures very specific to the action, not enough scouting, people inadequately prepared, not enough supplies cached ahead of time, poor communications, and so on. But part of the discussion concerns broader issues of dysfunctional power dynamics within both KEF and MJS, focusing particularly on Paloma and Chris. Paloma's persistence about calling OSM, contrary to the decision made by people in the field to delay doing so, still rankles. It especially rankles KEFers who see it as emblematic of a pattern established long before summer. Chris and Paloma say they want to work consensually, but 257. 258. Consensus for them seems to mean everyone else towing whatever line they decide upon. While these meetings are going on, Chris and Paloma and a very few others, still trying to pull off more listening project work, a downtown rally, and an end-of-the-month concert for MJS, are becoming wildly frustrated. The OSM issue still rankles for them, too, and on top of that, most of the dwindling number of MJSers in Tennessee are still busy with ZEB Mountain instead of helping with other aspects of the campaign. They see both the OSM issue and the lack of people working on things other than direct action at ZEB as evidence that the direct action component of the campaign is not supporting the overall strategy that they, as UMD, have devised. Supporting that strategy is what they believe MJS should be devoted to in Tennessee. They also believe that this strategy, focusing primarily on pressuring state government, is working, that they are close to seeing MTR outlawed in Tennessee, and that the direct actionistas focused on ZEB are jeopardizing all this. They're concerned that direct action that's not well coordinated with the overall campaign risks doing things such as the failure to call OSM that undermine, rather than support, the broader effort. Nonetheless, MJS was, from the beginning, conceived to be a sustained campaign of civil disobedience and direct action. As the MJSers pursuing direct action in Tennessee see it, they're doing what they joined up for, what they were invited to join up for by MJS organizers including Chris and Paloma. Many, if not most of them, are stronger in the skills for direct action and more interested in it than in other aspects of the campaign. In addition, the more skilled among them are stretched so thin that they don't have time to do anything beyond what they're already doing. While these factors are obstacles to integrating direct action into the wider campaign, they are not inherently insurmountable. But many of those working on direct action here raise Chris and Paloma's 258, 259 hackles, and vice versa, an ongoing replay of past conflicts within KEF. In addition, for legal and professional reasons, Chris has avoided direct involvement in planning any sort of civil disobedience this summer, and Paloma's involvement has been more or less at arm's length, her primary attention focused elsewhere. So their overall strategy for MJS in Tennessee has had little connection with the ZEB action planning. Late Wednesday morning, Chris, Paloma, and Gina send word to the ongoing ZEB meeting that they've decided to block consensus on any further direct action at ZEB. They cite concerns about direct action not supporting the overall campaign strategy for Tennessee, and add that the wishes of the local Tennessee Organizing Group, UMD, are not being respected by MJS here as CRMW's leadership was respected in West Virginia. Following an initial venting of outrage, and a good bit of unresolved discussion, the ZEB meeting kicks the problem to a conflict resolution committee. After meeting separately, the committee recommends that Chris and Paloma be invited to sit down with 2 representatives of the ZEB group, and 2 mediators, so that the group can present its current plans. Chris and Paloma can offer feedback, and the 2 sides can listen to each other's concerns. Just as the committee is presenting this recommendation to the larger group, Chris walks into the meeting. He reiterates their concerns about direct action at ZEB and says that Paloma is home in bed crying, that she just doesn't want to have anything to do with this campaign anymore. Chris says he'll talk over with Paloma the conflict resolution recommendation. Later that day, he sends word that they agree to the meeting. The ZEB group decides to attend tomorrow's downtown rally en masse, as a gesture of solidarity with the overall campaign in Tennessee. Heading to the rally at midday on Thursday, I talk with one of the conflict resolution mediators. He tells me that Chris, Paloma, and 259, 260, Gina are no longer blocking further action at ZEB. His sense is that the next round of mediation, if it ever takes place, will be more difficult and complicated. The rally takes place at Market Square in downtown Knoxville, right across the street from the headquarters of the Tennessee Valley Authority, a major purchaser of MTR coal. Bo Webb and Ed Wiley have come down from West Virginia for the event. About 3 dozen MJSers are here. As in Nashville, there are people here in plain clothes carrying communications devices not MJSers, and rather obviously law enforcement of some sort. I notice at least 3 men and a woman. A public relations representative of TVA, Gil Francis, arrives, and Bo Webb tells him, "I'm here today because I live at ground zero of Mountaintop removal. Our homes are being destroyed. And TVA is purchasing a lot of coal. We're asking you to refuse to buy coal that is mined by Mountaintop removal." Ed Wiley introduces himself to the TVA rep, and tells him his granddaughter attends Marsh Fork Elementary School, which Bo's just been describing. "What people need to understand is once these mountains are gone, they're gone," Ed says. "This is wrong. You people need to help stop this." The TVA rep says he'll pass that information along. After Paloma talks with the rep a while, detailing what TVA's purchase of strip-mined coal abets not just in West Virginia but throughout Appalachia, Ed resumes. "I see you're a married man," he says, looking at the rep's wedding ring. "Do you have children?" The rep says he does. "Well, I highly care about my granddaughter. Do you care about your kids?" "Absolutely." "Do you care about their future?" "Yes." "If you keep letting these people blow up the mountains, what's left for these kids? You know, when my granddaughter, I'd like when you get done for you to look at me." The rep's been taking notes, and Ed 260, 261 insists on his full attention. "I'm sorry. I had to go down to that school 3 days in a row and get my granddaughter. The 3rd day her face was purple. And I asked her, 'Kayla, what's the matter, baby?' And she looked at me, she had a tear coming down out of her eye. That tear did not lie. I didn't come all this way just to save a tree. I come here to save children's lives. I do love my mountains. I do love my streams. But I'm here to save lives. And if you care about your children, you need to think about this too. Your children's future. You need to keep that in mind. When you go home and lay down tonight, you think about my granddaughter's tear. That tear did not lie. And I hold everybody, everybody in the United States, I hold them highly responsible for every death that this has caused. And it has caused deaths. We've got kids that have died with asthma. Ed gets a bit tongue-tied at this point. I'm getting tore up here, he says. John Johnson sees this, walks over, and puts his arm around Ed's shoulder. The rep continues to listen politely. You have a responsibility, Bo tells him, to lead the way to renewable energy. Coal, you only burn it one time, you're aware of that. The TVA's a huge organization. What are you guys going to do when the coal's gone? I know you are involved with some green energy, but it's very small scale. You really need to look at what's happening to real people. Real people's lives are being destroyed because of so-called cheap energy. And it's not cheap. What value do you put on someone's life? It's just greed. It's just corporate greed. And you guys could really help out. You're a big organization. You could make a strong statement. You could say, listen, we believe in the future of America. We believe in the future of Appalachia. We refuse to buy from a coal company that is destroying our very life support system. After the rally, I have a long, late lunch with two of the people making plans for ZEB. We've spoken earlier this week about good reasons for 261. 262. Some sort of follow-up action there. One reason is that quite a few people simply don't want to give up on ZEB, having already invested so much effort and resources. That previous investment has left a good bit of infrastructure out in the field that is more or less ready to go. In addition, it would be very good simply to demonstrate that it's possible to take over, however briefly, a mountain controlled by a coal company. This could have a strong, positive psychological effect in coalfield communities throughout Appalachia. Another good reason to go forward at ZEB is to try to play out aspects of the first action that were aborted, to see how well they really work. Today's conversation is more concerned with the negative side. Foremost are the safety concerns, not only the dangerous terrain, and the hazards of doing anything on a mine site, but also the risk of violence at the hands of angry NCC partisans. In that connection, the inexperience of many of the people who went out last Sunday night is especially worrisome. Many lacked woods experience, and far too many seemed not to appreciate the seriousness of the situation, both the risks of getting hurt in the woods and the risks of getting caught. Stealth skills were obviously lacking as well, raising the risk of people getting caught unintentionally in a place where we now know bad things beyond just being arrested are apt to happen to activists caught trespassing. Being able to accomplish what you are there for, undetected until such time as you might choose to be discovered, is crucial if part of your goal is to demonstrate that it's possible for activists to take over all or part of a mountain. Having an action end in failure, with people getting unintentionally caught and possibly hurt, sends the opposite message, that this sort of thing can't be done, and that coal companies and law enforcement will hurt you if you try. So, our discussion continues. Given these concerns, what do you do? How, for example, can you tactfully but effectively deal with people who might want to return to the field but probably shouldn't? More generally, how do you redesign the action to be as safe as possible? 262. 263. The pair I'm talking with come to no firm conclusions about any of this. However, one of them is leaning toward bailing out of the action now, with the intention of coming back later with a smaller crew that's more experienced and better able to do a smaller action well. The other of the two fervently hopes he won't bail out. The action currently being planned urgently needs people with his skills and experience. Over the next few days, I talk at length with Chris and Paloma about how they see things. Paloma tells me she's been thinking quite a bit about some big mistakes that were made in connection with ZEB. Some mistakes are her own. I wasn't able to go to the last few meetings because I had too much on my plate, she says. She also, to some extent, held back from action planning so that UMD would not necessarily be associated with anything that might jeopardize its non-profit status. Other mistakes, she says, came from action planners failing to prepare adequately and failing to heed safety warnings. Paloma herself has been on mine site after mine site after mine site, because of work I was doing for UMD, in which I was taking people on mine tours, but also I went back on my own, walking back into these areas and looking at these high walls. And I stood underneath one high wall one time and watched a big chunk of it just collapse. This whole avalanche, there was nothing that made it. There wasn't even anybody who made a loud noise. It's so unstable. The mountain is just cracked, and those cracks go pretty deep. It's broken. It's breaking not just in the area that they're shearing off to get to the coal. It's breaking deep into the mountain. From the beginning, when the idea for this action first emerged, I realized that if it wasn't done right, people could die. When, during planning for the action, the subject of letting OSM know that activists were on the mine site had come up, Paloma had just said, "Okay, we're calling them at 9 o'clock in the morning." But did not do a long discussion about it, and repeat it when we had an influx of MJS newcomers shortly before the action took place. However, before 263, 264, the action began, Paloma and everyone else thought that everyone and everything would be in place by 9 a.m. Blockades and tree sits up, Katond Mousers ready to go. Paloma now thinks that people in the field were thinking that OSM would be called when everything was in place, while she was thinking 9 a.m., ready or not. I was thinking if I could have called them at 7 o'clock that would have even been better. But they don't open until 9 o'clock. I was thinking safety. I was thinking that this was a really dangerous thing. Still, everyone was in agreement before the action started about calling OSM at 9 a.m. Conflict arose only when things went differently than planned. In changed circumstances, people in the field wanted to alter this part of the plan, and Paloma didn't. Paloma notes other mistakes made in the run-up to the action. They had a massive long period to prepare for this action, ever since the ZEB site was targeted in June. I had been doing everything that I could, all my research, everything that I could deliver to prepare for it. But everybody else didn't even start working on it until. Nor were preparations, even then, adequate. Meetings are different than going out and walking it, Paloma notes, and only a minority of those who intended to be in the field taking part in the action participated in scouting. And scouting was an especially big job for this action, with so many people planning to spread out over such a large and difficult site. That's why from the get-go there should have been people out there, like every single person going up there, and hitting it all the time. And that didn't really happen. And because it didn't, people weren't prepared. Curiously, neither Paloma nor anyone else, so far as I can recall, has observed the discrepancy between the agreed-upon need to alert OSM to the presence of activists on site the day of the action, and the very obvious need in scouting to send people to the site repeatedly without notifying OSM that they're there. When Paloma returned to Knoxville on the day of the action, and I first discovered that OSM hadn't been called, it felt like such a kick in. 264. 265. The stomach. It was not safe. It just was not. Aside from the OSM issue, several people involved with the action pretty much agree with her about how dangerous the ZEB mine site is. After the action, I speak with the fellow who brought up the rear of the monkey crew. "Okay, I'll let you have it," he says. When I got to Knoxville, this was already underway, it was already decided this was happening. I was asked to help do the running fast through the woods thing, and take the security on goose chases so we can get through to people. I raised many concerns as what was being done was revealed to me. And the consensus process answered me with, "We've already discussed that, and we've moved on. You weren't at that meeting, so we're not gonna address your concerns." Over and over again. People have done tree sits to stop logging operations before. But as far as mining operations, it's a totally different animal. We really didn't know what we were doing. We didn't know the blast range. We assumed that we did, just because somebody said 300 feet and we adapted that. A 300-foot buffer zone between active mining and human habitation is typical, but that has more to do with defining a limit beyond which mining companies are free to blast than with the reality of how far away mining like this can affect its neighbors. I personally have seen fly rock thrown from its blast site much farther than this. It became clear to me that if I kept complaining and criticizing, he continues, I was gonna be shut out of the process entirely, and my friends and allies were gonna move on and do this without me. And I'm sure they could do this without me, but I have a certain conceit in me that thinks maybe I could be there at the right moment to help one of my friends not get hurt. So I figured I'd keep my mouth shut and go along. It seemed unlikely to me that we were gonna pull it off. After scouting how difficult it was for 3 of us to move through there, with just heavy packs, he didn't see how they'd move a couple of dozen people through the site, to and from different locations, carrying an enormous 265, 266 amount of supplies and equipment. The third person on that scouting trip with us didn't even have a pack on, and busted his behind several times. We're going to have to carry all this equipment with a huge caravan of people. On that scouting trip, in the daytime we did the hardest part. On the night of the action, when the monkey crew finally stopped, exhausted, the most dangerous part of their planned route was still ahead, up a boulder-filled wet weather conveyance and along near high walls in the dark. Every time we went in to scout, we'd have to take a different route because the road we took last time had fallen away. It didn't fall away while we were walking on it that time. You know? If you're in a mudslide, you're just gone. There was no other footprints where we were walking. The miners don't walk where we were walking. We were doing our best, figuring out as we went along from what we had to work with, which was hands-on experience, going in there and scouting. We're not experts on mines, how it's set up, how it falls apart, what's dangerous or not about it. We were learning by trial and error. And, fortunately, we didn't have to learn by a really big error. I think we're very lucky that we didn't get farther than we did that night. I was committed to getting us as far as we could go. I said I would help. I would never sabotage us, try to make us not get where we were going, but at the point when we lay on the ground and waited to die, I was grateful. On his last scouting trip before the action, a former mine worker joined them. I felt really humiliated when I found out afterwards that his opinion was that we didn't know what we were doing, that it was totally too dangerous. Separately, the former mine worker tells me that he'd never been on such a dangerous site in his life, combining, as it does, the worst features of an unreclaimed strip mine with all the hazards of an active mine site. At one point, they walked along a narrow ledge and heard the cliffside crumbling below them. In the dark. In connection with the ZEB action, Paloma says she was kind of 266, 267, 2 hats, and I'm not going to do that again. That was a learning for me. I have to stick with one or the other, I can't do both. I'm not going to do any kind of direct action stuff anymore. I'm just going to be doing UMD. I don't think UMD can be associated with anything like this again. I'm sad to hear Paloma say that one of the reasons for this need for separation is that some of the groups and people United Mountain Defense is trying to mobilize, such as hunters, would be put off by direct action. This directly contradicts the more hopeful and inclusive position Chris was taking earlier in the summer, that it's a myth that rural people in Appalachia are too conservative to approve of direct action. And Paloma does say she still feels strongly that direct action is valuable, and should be welcomed in this campaign even by non-profits. But she's come to believe that for her to be involved with it herself, at this point, jeopardizes UMD's other work. She and Chris have been organizing here for years, on various issues, but very intensively now on mining issues. That we've had people who've just moved up into our community telling us that we're not a local organization is pretty offensive to us, she says, sidestepping the matter of whether UMD or Quechua Earth First is the primary local group working with MJS in Tennessee. Of course both UMD and KEF are based outside the coalfields, and that might be a factor in MJS's reluctance to defer to Chris and Paloma's leadership as readily as they would to CRMWs in West Virginia. In any case, it definitely rubs Asheville Keffers the wrong way that Chris and Paloma, who've worked with them as colleagues for years on various issues, expect them to defer to their local leadership of MJS in Tennessee. John Johnson, who definitely sees Keff as central to MJS in Tennessee, has very different relations with the MJSers who come from outside Tennessee. He tries not to be in charge, both because as an anarchist he seeks to avoid that, and because the pending felony charges against him make it unwise for him to take part in any further civil disobedience until they're resolved. And people like and respect John regardless of whether they perceive. 267. 268. Him as local. He's not had the conflicts with MJSers that Paloma and Chris have. That said, regardless of whether Chris and Paloma have been inappropriately authoritarian, some young MJSers of the traveling anarchist punk set have been unconscionably rude to them here, violating the guest-host relationship in ways that have little to do with principle and much to do with Chris and Paloma being too grown up for the 20-somethings to accept socially. Hillary got some of the same sort of treatment in West Virginia. John doesn't get treated that way, not just because he's less authoritarian. John's just very likable. But you shouldn't have to be exceptionally likable for people to be willing to work with you in this campaign. That the culture of MJS attaches no stigma to shunning or insulting people you don't find socially congenial is once again undermining solidarity and effectiveness. In addition, Paloma says, you have people coming in from urban activism, that have just joined the campaign, and didn't go through our cultural sensitivity trainings. Because they don't have a long-rooted connection, and they're just there for doing an action, and then they want to leave right afterward, they did create a very different culture. One problem with that culture is that it disfavors making a decision to call things off or delay them. Another, Paloma notes, is that there's a psychological pressure not to step out of the group idea of what's considered radical, or what's considered hardcore, or whatever. Groupthink pressure has been rife in this campaign for several months now, exacerbated by successive waves of newcomers. When you join a new group, and you're wanting to fit in and find your place within that group, you're a little bit more malleable, you're pushing your comfort zone a little bit more sometimes. You want to be accepted. People who resist this pressure do so at the risk of being shunned. And that was happening in this campaign, Paloma says. And there were a lot of people who left the campaign because of it. And left tear-eyed. I'm not talking about people who are hippies or people who are flaky good people, really good people that were solid, dependable, hardworking, committed, had good skills to offer. And they left. Throughout the campaign this was happening. They couldn't find a fit in place, and they felt really alienated, and they felt like if they didn't agree with everybody that they were getting shunned. She's also heard from people still in the campaign who feel they don't have a voice in it, that if they speak up in a meeting they'll be met with blank stares rather than be taken seriously, as though the group waits for them to shut up so that someone whose opinion is considered important can speak. Most of the examples Paloma gives of this, of people who've talked with her about it, are young women. She might be hearing from women disproportionately because she's a woman herself, but what she says definitely fits with my own observations all summer long that people have been leaving MJS because they've felt shut out, and that women have been more likely to be shut out than men. There's a good bit of sexism in this campaign, primarily among young radicals who'd howl with outrage if you called them on it. How dare you say I'm sexist? Much of the exodus from MJS has been nearly invisible, with individuals or pairs of people deciding to leave when they felt too uncomfortable. But many people left in two waves, last month in West Virginia and now here in Tennessee, after an intense time of interpersonal rancor. In each wave, some people felt that their input at meetings was being treated by the group as a waste of time, to be tolerated rather than considered seriously. When that's happening in a setting where decisions are made by consensus, differences tend not to be resolved and consensus isn't reached. Meetings go on and on and on, with little accomplished. And in that situation people get testy, and personality clashes can take over the agenda. Early on in the campaign, meetings went on for 2 days and didn't feel at all too long because so much was being accomplished, participation was welcomed, and participants felt obliged to be focused and useful in what they contributed. Paloma thinks the balance shifted, with 269, 270 meetings becoming increasingly unproductive, at the MJS camp in Virginia. She tells me she doesn't know why this happened then, but that she definitely observed it then, particularly in one painfully long and not very productive meeting to plan what eventually became the ZEB action in Tennessee. I'd guess that the timing of this had to do with an influx of young newcomers who lacked experience with MJS, needed training they didn't get, and often didn't even know much about MTR, and b. the fact that that meeting was about plans for Tennessee, Paloma's turf, where she expected a dominant role in calling the shots. Long and unproductive meetings have, inevitably, also stolen time from work that needs doing. People spent more time in meetings than actually scouting, Paloma notes. They didn't get the time and the practice they needed doing really practical things. Direct action has a very useful role in campaigns and in trying to help elevate an issue to a public conscience, Paloma says. It's hard to get media to give airtime to certain issues, and direct action does attract media coverage, the drama of it, visual aspects, the danger element sometimes. Also sometimes direct actions are a way of slowing down destructive practices. Direct action can sometimes buy time, as tree sits in the Pacific Northwest have done by halting logging on certain sites while legal challenges to that logging work their way through the court and regulatory systems. Direct action is most effective when it's doing something in a way that the general public can absorb, meaning that they can relate to the people somehow. When the civil rights movement used civil disobedience tactics in the early 1960s, people looked at their TV screens and saw these well-dressed people getting hosed down with pressure hoses, or getting attacked by dogs, or getting beaten by clubs. And they could look at these people and think, whoa, that could be me. It's not clear, though, whether Paloma thinks that the attention-getting function of civil disobedience has already been accomplished in this campaign, making further direct action unnecessary. Direct action in the coalfields, at least. We have to, she says, let people have 270, 271 room to do creative direct action without having to be micromanaged by non-profits who, like UMD, need to distance themselves from civil disobedience. Paloma thinks there's good potential for direct action in urban areas outside the coalfields, targeting coal companies and their shareholders and customers and other businesses that support them. In this way, urban activists who like to do a lot of direct action can do so, in support of the effort against MTR but on their own turf without jeopardizing the local coalfield residents, or jeopardizing the other types of work that are happening, like legal work and lobbying. Compared to the mountain takeover attempt, far fewer people are involved in preparing for the follow-up ZEB action, perhaps one-third as many. This is, in part, because many people are leaving the campaign this week. In addition, it's generally accepted now that plans for the first action were too big and complicated for its players to pull off, resulting in a gigantic clusterfuck of miscommunication and missed coordination. The follow-up action is intended to be smaller and more tightly organized, and will require fewer people. It's also now generally accepted that perhaps it's just as well the original action was mostly aborted, that having so many inexperienced people, far too heavily laden, continue to stumble in the dark over such bad terrain could easily have resulted in someone getting hurt, perhaps badly. Planners are still concerned that they're short on people with woods experience, even for the smaller follow-up action. By Thursday evening they are evaluating whether maybe they don't have enough skilled people on hand to do this well and safely. Eventually they decide to go ahead, on schedule, exactly 1 week after the initial ZEB action, on Sunday night and Monday. Instead of trying to take over the whole mountain, their goals are simply to demonstrate their ability to move around the mine site and lock up equipment undetected, to shut down work on the mine site for a day, and to raise NCC's cost of doing business a bit. If all goes well, no one will be arrested. 271. 272. Press release. Early this morning, Appalachian activists inspired by the Mountain Justice campaign against Mountaintop strip mining of coal used locks and cables to disable mining equipment, including a large drilling rig, at National Coal Corporation's ZEB Mountain mine site near Elk Valley in northern Tennessee. Although care was taken not to damage any equipment or create any hazards for workers, it is assumed that NCC will carefully check equipment before allowing it to be used again. The mining equipment temporarily disabled on ZEB Mountain is being used by NCC to cause permanent, irreparable damage to the mountain, its forest, its streams, its wildlife, and its nearby human communities. Large-scale mountaintop strip mining of coal, whether it's called mountaintop removal or cross-ridge mining, forever destroys living southern Appalachian mountains, among the richest and most productive biological communities on Earth, for the short-term profits of distant corporations and individuals heedless of the mountain communities whose future is also destroyed by this catastrophic form of mining. The action this morning is intended to stop mining activities, cost NCC money, and serve notice that activists can take such action at will, here and at other mine sites throughout Appalachia. Activists remain on the site. The Federal Office of Surface Mining's office in Knoxville has been informed of their presence in the expectation that it will forbid NCC from blasting at the site. Attached to this press release are photos of a drilling rig, taken in daylight on an earlier visit to the site. One photo shows clearly what the whole rig looks like. The other, of the rig's interior, is taken at close enough range to demonstrate activists' access to the equipment. Press release 272. 273. Appalachian activists supporting S goals of ending mountaintop strip mining of coal have demonstrated their continued presence this morning at National Coal Corporation's ZEB Mountain mine site in Tennessee. Mid-morning today, activists assembled a signaling device consisting of several green-colored fireworks smoke bombs nestled in a child's inflatable flotation ring and rigged to a simple time delay system for lighting their fuses. Once assembled, the signaling device was pushed to float out onto one of the settlement ponds at the mine site. Care was taken, in setting off the device, in a body of water, to avoid the risk of setting a fire or harming anyone. Earlier this morning, the Federal Office of Surface Mining's office in Knoxville was informed of the presence of activists at unspecified locations on site at ZEB Mountain in the expectation that it would forbid NCC from blasting there. Given this morning's demonstration of the continued presence of activists on site, it is expected that blasting will continue to be forbidden until a thorough search can be made of the site. Press release. Attached is a photograph of the smoke-producing signaling device used this morning to demonstrate the continued presence of Appalachian activists inspired by at National Coal Corporation's ZEB Mountain mine site. The actions taken today at ZEB Mountain were designed to damage no equipment and pose no threat to safety but nonetheless cost NCC time and money, directly interfering with its destruction of this mountain. Locking up mining equipment required NCC to take time to remove the locks and check equipment before putting it back to work. The continued presence of activists on the mountain, demonstrated by the signaling device, required that blasting be halted today. NCC and other mining companies will take note that activists can and will take direct action to stop and call attention to the permanent, irreparable destruction caused by large-scale strip mining of coal, here and at other mine sites. 273. 274. NCC and other mining companies should take note. But unfortunately they're not compelled to do so by this particular action, on this particular day. The plan for this action relies on secrecy, and that turns out to be something the activists don't have going for them this Sunday night. In the middle of the night, activists in the field, ready to launch this action, call their support people to say there are far too many security guards on duty, so it will have to be called off. The scouts come out of the woods, and those press releases don't get sent. Presumably the increased security that night is in reaction to the previous week's action. It's some consolation that MJS's ZEB Mountain clusterfuck, after the fact, seems to be at least costing NCC security money they wouldn't otherwise be spending. One of the activists involved in this, the fellow who'd been leaning toward bailing out, is more relieved than disappointed when the action is called off. He had ultimately decided not to bail out because he has a lot of woods experience, and people who weren't having such doubts convinced him that he was needed. When we'd talked between the first action and the follow-up about his leeriness, he'd said he couldn't quite articulate, even to himself, why he had such a bad feeling about it. I told him then that I thought much of what we call instinct is the result of things we've observed without noticing them consciously, it's our subconscious nudging us to pay attention. After the follow-up action is aborted, he tells me he'd figured out what was bothering him, that not doing it didn't seem to be an option, which of course it must be if you're to make an intelligent decision about whether to go ahead. Although the MJS schedule of events in Tennessee continues right through to the end of August, MJS pretty much peters out after the aborted follow-up action at ZEB. Shortly after that night, I take part in a conversation, primarily with John and Amanda, at their house, with other people dropping in and out of the conversation as well. We talk about the difficulties of the past couple of weeks here, the rancor, the long and unproductive meetings, the exodus of activists. 274. 275. John sees MJS's current demoralization as related not just to the less than fully successful actions but also to Chris and Paloma in effect imposing their leadership on what's supposed to be a leaderless campaign. They're certainly not looking to be given orders the way they've been given orders here recently, John says. I think there were people who were here in Tennessee who were feeling pretty empowered, and it was particularly damaging for them to get the kind of treatment they got. During this conversation I suggest and people respond with nods that there's a connection between the leadership issue and the miscommunication that contributed to the clusterfuck. Decision-making in MJS is supposed to work by consensus, but, as John puts it, there are people in this campaign for whom consensus means you have to agree with me. The group dynamic is thus set up so that communication is fundamentally not quite honest, and things end up being done in ways that aren't fully consented to. People aren't fully informed, things aren't fully explained because it's easier to paper things over than to deal with the fact that some people aren't seeking consensus in the same way that others are, that some people are playing the role of leaders who expect to be agreed with. That's not how Chris and Paloma describe themselves, but it is an effect of the way they behave in the group. And so in the planning for the first ZEB action, differences were papered over, and because people weren't fully in tune with each other, because they held back rather than fully explored differences, there wasn't a good foundation for communication and improvisation when things went awry. The scale and complexity and multifacetedness of the action was perhaps too big for it to work well in any case. It certainly was too much to be managed by people who, in the course of planning, avoided getting to know each other very well. Furthermore, these problems were worsened by using a quasi-anarchist affinity group system for managing the action, with small groups working independently but needing to have their work coordinated with that of other groups. In this campaign, affinity has pretty consistently trumped solidarity and enforced social cliquishness. Thus the implementation of security and 275. 276. Need to know have often meant that not everyone gets to know what they need. Toward the end of that week, I talk with Chris Irwin about the state of the campaign in Tennessee. I tell him that Paloma has told me that she feels she has to choose between doing direct action and UMD. What's his view on this? I'm still really down with direct action, he says. I think it can be a really effective tactic. But you've got to use it like a rifle, not a shotgun. Chris doesn't feel he needs to choose, but he does feel a need to be careful about how he personally participates in direct action because he wants to become a lawyer soon. And he agrees with Paloma that she can't be doing direct action with people who are going to do something stupid that'll bring it down on UMD. She wants to have a degree of separation. She's especially concerned about people getting hurt or killed. All it would take would be something like that to go down, and us to be tied to it, and we would be ruined as an organization. Chris doesn't see direct action as an effective way to cost coal companies money, at least not enough money to make a difference. He's skeptical about whether it's possible to come up with any combination of direct action, lawsuits, and whatever else can be devised, that would cost NCC so much that they'd shut down the ZEB mine site or any other site as unprofitable. That would make sense for a normal business model, in a normal business. But when you're dealing with a company whose objective has never been to make money, they are putting themselves hundreds of millions in debt, twice as much this year as the previous year, and they've never turned a profit. And I don't think they ever will. Their whole purpose was double their stock, or triple it, and then everyone in their administration has doubled salaries and are multimillionaires. If the company goes bankrupt, who cares? Other mining companies, the big, profitable ones, are even less likely to be affected this way. You could take half of Massey's mines away from them, and they would still be a multimillion-dollar corporation. I think we can cost them money, and from every direction we should. But that's 276. 277. Only part of what needs to be done. National Coal could go out of business tomorrow, and we'll have 3 other coal companies pop up, as long as the economic incentive is there. Which is why Chris and UMD are focused on getting something in the General Assembly to end strip mining in Tennessee. Tennessee didn't really get anything from MJS, Chris says. And it was a shame that it ate up so much of our resources and cash, that one action. It's easy for people to focus on the bad, and on one action. But even that, I was really down initially because of how much it cost. And then he decided that he and Paloma had done the right thing. Despite all the inconveniences that personally I experienced from saying there's safety issues here, and how it kind of turned into a popularity contest, I felt in my gut that what we did was the right thing. Among the action planners, Chris says, there was a macho attitude. Yeah, there was a lack of communication, but it was coming from an attitude, a sort of groupthink, we're gonna do it this way, and you get punished if you step out of bounds. Lack of communication wasn't the problem, Chris notes, when the scout concerned about safety tried to get the action planning group to address that issue. He presented his concerns, people heard them, and they were dismissed apparently because they weren't what the group wanted to hear. Chris thinks that the interpersonal conflict in MJS this summer was caused in part by trying to recruit people from all over the country and then saying, okay, do a direct action together. So you've never done one before together, work together. In addition, he says, we didn't really get that diversity of people that we needed. The majority of our people were crusty punks, for lack of a better word. We got some teachers, and some terrific medics, but we didn't really get that much diversity in the people that we drew. And the crowd that we drew, crusty punks, by definition causes some problems. If we had perhaps recruited from a broader base and got people who had more diverse background and skills, then they could have done more. 277. 278. Door-to-door and lobbying work. One of the premises for Mountain Justice Summer was to provide the locals with more for grassroots work. Instead of MJS taking work off Chris's hands and multiplying the number of people engaged in it, I ended up doing 10 times the work. What Chris and UMD did get out of the process of MJS this year was that it forced us to get our water testing together, it forced us to get our listening projects together, it forced us to get our paper printed, it forced us to form links in Nashville. What they didn't get was several dozen volunteers willing to do specific kinds of work that Chris and Paloma had wanted done, listening projects up in coalfield communities, flyering in Knoxville to raise awareness, canvassing the Oak Ridge area to raise money. During that last week of MJS in Tennessee, I also talked with John Johnson about the state of the campaign. We talk first about Paloma's decision not to be involved with direct action anymore. John thinks that direct action and the sort of legal, lobbying, and coalition-building work that UMD does very obviously can be coordinated. Her personal decision is her personal decision. I sat down and had what I felt was a really healthy and productive conversation with Gina the other day about a lot of this stuff. And she expressed to me these concerns that the kind of thing people seem to want to do with Summer is potentially damaging to United Mountain Defense. She had 3 separate spheres of concern. 1 was relations with other non-profits, 2 was their relationship with the government, and 3 was her ability to get on the bar and practice law. And I told her I felt that the third one was way legitimate. But I said I've been a very obvious and vocal proponent and practitioner of direct action, in East Tennessee since 1993, and I've been an activist longer. And I always go to meetings and mouth off. And it has not discernibly impacted my relationship with 278. 279. Other groups. Certainly there is some impact, but not to the point of people being like, "You're crazy, we don't want to work with you." Some of the things I've engaged in have probably put some people in SOCM on edge. But it's nothing that couldn't be fixed if they had a more open mind and I had more time to spend talking with them. Of course, I don't desire the same kind of relationships that they do. Overall, I view the government as very bad and only want to appeal to it and work with it on very short-term, specific, reform-minded goals. Gina, Chris, and Paloma apparently believe they're close to persuading state government to ban strip mining in Tennessee, but John doesn't think that's a likely scenario. When we decided to target Bredesen, I actually spoke out against that, thinking that it was a waste of time. I'm really uncomfortable being a real blatant earth-firster and radical and then asking people to beg the government. I think it's inconsistent with our core philosophies. So I spoke out against that, but everyone wanted to do it, so I was like, okay, I'll go along. Of course, if government could be persuaded to ban surface mining, that would be a good thing. Exactly. That's why I go along with that kind of thing. John, like Chris, is doubtful that any combination of legal challenges and direct action could cost coal companies enough to compel them to shut down marginal mine sites. The problem is that the price of coal is so high now that it's not going to be the same as when SMCRA was passed in the 70s, and all of a sudden the regulations get implemented and, fuck this, I can't afford to do this anymore. And mines start closing. Personally, while I'm no economist, I don't think the price of coal is going anywhere but up. I'm pretty cynical at this point. Maybe it puts the squeeze on national coal. But if Arch or Massey comes in, they're going to be able to afford it. A multinational corporation can absorb regulatory costs. They do it over and over and over again across the planet. They absorb the costs, the small guys go out of business, there's no competition. And they can afford to do it. If there's tighter regulations but you can still. 279. 280. Wreck a stream and you can still rip the top off a mountain, they're going to figure out how to do it and still make money. The doomsday trajectory of this economy and this society, and they're just not shifting away from it. It's gonna get to the point where they're just like, fuck you, we're taking the coal, and we don't care about the environmental regulations. We need the coal, and we're gonna get it, and it doesn't matter what happens to people and the environment. Because the war machine has to keep running. The production machine has to keep running. If coal gets more expensive to produce, they're just going to charge more for the coal. And the utility companies, not having set up an alternative form of energy production, are gonna pay it. And they're gonna charge the rest of us. My personal philosophy is we need it all, direct action, laws, whatever. It all needs to work. And I'll choose to work in whatever arena I'm comfortable in. Personally, I think if they're gonna choose to really distance themselves from direct action, and really not put any faith in it and not have it count as part of the equation, then 1, they're underestimating the people who are here and how they care about the mountains, and 2, they're shooting themselves in the foot, for if and when the other paths don't work. 280. 281. Beyond Mountain. Justice Summer. At the end of the summer of 2005, summer activists dispersed, returned to their homes, took time off, rested. But soon, through the fall and into winter, work resumed and plans were made, looking ahead to the following spring and summer. Activists also assessed the successes and shortcomings of the summer of 2005, and of the campaign against mountaintop removal in general. One decision made by MJS organizers that fall was to drop the S and become Simply. Another decision was not to have another traveling circus of activists move from state to state the following summer. The sense was that this approach had done more to wear out than to energize and aid local groups fighting MTR. The activists who felt most strongly about this, particularly Hillary, Chris, and Paloma, had had the most conflict with younger self-styled radicals among the travelers, who were often dismissive and rude to them when they were acting as hosts during MJS's time in West Virginia and Tennessee. Partly as a consequence of this, in 2006 and 2007 lost most of its pan-regional character and became primarily a state-by-state affair. It also lost its emphasis on civil disobedience, at only 281. 282. A handful of actions during those 2 years did activists choose to use civil disobedience tactics, and only one of those events was publicized as an MJ action. In November 2005, the Federal Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals struck down Judge Goodwin's 2004 ruling that the Army Corps of Engineers' nationwide 21 permits violate the Clean Water Act, ruling instead that it's okay for the Corps to class MTR as a category eligible for blanket approval without site-by-site evaluation. Joe Lovett responded by going after the Corps' issuance of individual permits for MTR. Lovett and his colleagues argued in federal court that the Corps should be required to complete a full environmental impact statement demonstrating compliance with the National Environmental Policy Act for each and every individual permit for MTR. Since it's hard to imagine any MTR site passing muster with NEPA, the EIS requirement had the potential to prevent future MTR operations entirely. Legal maneuvering concerning the permit processes continued through 2006, 2007, and 2008. And still the Corps continued to enable MTR to continue, however contrary to the laws that give the Corps its authority. Meanwhile, in mid-2007, the Office of Surface Mining announced its intent to go ahead with gutting the stream buffer zone rule, saying that the EIS it had begun on the matter in 2005, now complete, supported the change. Public comment on the proposed rule change was overwhelmingly against it. In West Virginia, Marsh Fork High School was destroyed by fire months after summer's end in 2005. Hillary Hosta stayed on in the Coal River Valley, renting a small house down the road from Ed Wiley and working with CRMW and OVEC. Sage Russo went to work for Christians for 282. 283. The Mountains in 2006, and eventually set up and helped run a pair of campaign houses for them in West Virginia while attending seminary. Bo Webb took a step back from MJ, while his daughter and son-in-law Sarah and Vern Haltom became increasingly active. Ed Wiley, still seeking a new school for the children of Marsh Fork Elementary, walked 455 miles from West Virginia to Washington in 2006, raising awareness and support all along the way. The second silo wasn't built. The first remained in operation, the school remained open, and children attending the school continued to be exposed to all the risks associated with the coal operations next door. In West Virginia, mostly focused on bringing in young people, mostly recruited on college campuses, for relatively brief visits. In 2007 and 2008, West Virginia hosted Mountain Justice spring break gatherings of college-age young people intended to educate and mobilize them to fight MTR. Out of MJSB 2007 came the only civil disobedience action owned by MJ in 2006 and 2007, a sit-in protest at the West Virginia governor's office that resulted in 13 arrests. The 13 were among 50 or so who had gathered there to demand that Gov. Joe Manchin sign a pledge to build a new school in a safe location for the students of Marsh Fork Elementary. The protesters were primarily residents of West Virginia, although those present also included supporters from North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Virginia, as well as college students who'd come to West Virginia for MJSB. Protesters ranged in age from young children to Winnie Fox from Coal River Valley, who celebrated her 87th birthday that day by getting arrested. The group occupied the reception area of the governor's office late in the morning, singing and chanting. Several protesters entered the vestibule between the reception room and the governor's office and refused to leave. Joe Martin, deputy chief of staff for the governor, came out to talk with the protesters. At one point, Martin approached Ed Wiley, took his hand, and privately asked him to help him out with quieting things. 283. 284. Down and persuading the crowd to leave. Wiley shouted, "Enough of this whispering in my ear, telling me to settle this down. We'll raise the roof off the dang place." Other protesters in the room cheered and applauded. Early in the afternoon, state troopers and Capitol Police asked the protesters to clear the vestibule and part of the reception room nearby. More than a dozen police approached and began arresting protesters who refused to move, including Ed Wiley and Bill Price, who'd taken the day off from his Sierra Club job. Police used unnecessary force in arresting several people who obviously posed no threat of violence. Among those was Hillary. Police asked her to move and she agreed to do so, but was nonetheless pursued across the room and arrested there. Police pinned her to the floor, handcuffed her with her hands behind her back, then carried her out in a painful hog-tied position, face down, with officers carrying her by her handcuffs and ankles. The 13 who were arrested were charged with misdemeanor obstruction. All were released from jail later that day on personal recognizance bonds. Their bonds required that they not return to the Capitol to protest. At the time, the governor's office protest looked like the beginning of a new wave of MJ civil disobedience and direct action in the coalfields. Instead, the lull in such action since the end of the summer of 2005 resumed, and continued through the rest of the year and into 2008. In Tennessee, the break between Chris Palomagina and Quechua Earth First became complete and final when Chris established a Knoxville-based Three Rivers Earth First faction. Chris remained very active in MJ, wearing his United Mountain Defense hat. UMD became MJ's exclusive presence in Tennessee, and it did a great deal of very good work, mostly on mustering political opposition to MTR in the state, challenging permits and other legal work. While John Johnson remained supportive of MJ and friendly with 284. 285. The KEF faction based in Asheville, most of his time was devoted to school, working toward a degree in forestry. He felt strongly that he had to be a top student for his degree to have credibility, given that he intended for it to be used in future activist work. In April 2007, John finally went on trial for charges resulting from the MJ's action at the National Coal Shareholders Meeting in Knoxville in 2005. The prosecution argued that he should be held criminally responsible for any felonies committed by anyone at the protest that day, on the basis that he was a leader implementing a plan to commit assault and burglary. The judge refused to allow this. Nor was John compelled to identify others at the protest, who appeared in a videotape shown at the trial. Ultimately, the jury acquitted John of all felony charges, finding him guilty only of disorderly conduct and disrupting a meeting, both misdemeanors. After John's trial, the other two arrested that day plea bargained to much the same result. As MJ shifted toward state-by-state campaigns, MJ in West Virginia and Tennessee came to be run by small circles of insiders open to newcomers only if they were willing to follow instructions and carry out plans made and directed by those in charge. Overall, MJ came to be much more successful in recruiting short-term newbies than in retaining experienced campaigners. This model was not a good fit for Kentucky, which lacked an MJ-friendly local group willing and able to assert this sort of leadership. Kentucky very much needed to see pan-regional efforts, successes, and support linked to conditions in its own coalfield communities for the fight against MTR to gain local support. Although MJS began making such connections in 2005, follow-up was lacking. Through 2006, 2007, and 2008, Dave Cooper continued his roadshow, traveling and speaking to just about any group wanting to hear. 285. 286. About MTR. Dave also persistently worked to connect people fighting MTR with others who might help them or they might help. His network of contacts numbered in the thousands, and he habitually informed individuals within that network of new contacts or other opportunities they might find useful. During this time, MJ's presence in Kentucky consisted of the efforts of Dave, Patty Drouse, and a handful of other activists, who hosted MJ meetings occasionally and organized educational events and a few local protests, none of which involved civil disobedience. If the new MJ wasn't a good fit for Kentucky, it didn't fit Virginia's coalfields at all. At the end of 2005, locally based organizing in Virginia was in its infancy and lacked resources to start up and run an effective campaign entirely on its own. Nor did the new top-down leadership model fit MJ's then substantial base of anarchist/Earth First support in and around Asheville. By then, I too was living in Asheville, a 2-hour drive from the coalfields of Virginia. It nagged at me that MJS had blown in and out of Virginia in not much more than a week in the summer of 2005, then abandoned the place. I knew that Keffers in North Carolina had had a supportive relationship with mainstream forest activists in southwestern Virginia long before the MJS campaign. Then I learned, in late 2005, that two lifelong Wise County residents, Larry Bush and Pete Ramey, with the help of Sierra Club's Bill McCabe, had started up a new local group called Southern Appalachian Mountain Stewards. Their main focus was to recruit their neighbors to join them to fight MTR. I knew from my travels and conversations the previous summer that specific people throughout the MJS coalition cared very much about Virginia's coalfields, so I organized a meeting in a church in Wise County in January 2006, bringing together Larry, Pete, and other locals with out-of-area folks offering their help. From that meeting and subsequent contact with SAMS, it became 286. 287. Clear that SAMS's requests for assistance with research about local effects of MTR and with getting the word out locally would be hard to meet as long as outside support came from people who lived 2 or more hours away and had no place to stay overnight. Around the same time, Earth First in Asheville, which was slated to host F.'s National Round River Rendezvous that year, was seeking a rendezvous location in or near Appalachia's coalfields, preferably in Virginia. Furnishing and running a campaign house, both to enable MJ volunteers to come help SAMS and to enable rendezvous organizers to connect with local efforts, seemed a useful thing that I could do, so I undertook it. With a good bit of financial and practical support from Asheville F., I rented a house in Virginia and moved there at the end of April 2006. I wish I could report that this venture worked out better than it did. For a good couple of months, things went really well. A few MJ volunteers got to know SAMS members and helped with local work against MTR. A wider network, mostly derived from MJ's network, promised more help in the future. Then came the Earth First Rendezvous. Each year in early July, Earth First holds a week-long social and networking gathering of its activists from all over the United States. This year it was to be held at the same forest campsite MJS had used in Virginia the year before, with the stated intention of educating activists from all over the United States about MTR and generating support for local efforts to fight it. That was the theory. In practice, neither the rendezvous's Asheville-based organizers nor the rendezvous itself ever really connected with anyone from SAMS. In large part, I think, this was due to a cultural gap between Earth Firsters and coalfield residents. In recent years, Asheville F. in particular, but also F. nationally, had come to be dominated by a young urban punk set who, for the most part, seemed uncomfortable with rural people and settings. In addition, most coalfield activists are a good bit older than most current Earth Firsters. Larry Bush led a coalfield tour to show interested Earth Firsters the effects of MTR in his community, and that was about the extent of 287. 288. SAMS's involvement with the rendezvous. Neither Larry nor any other local resident was included in the planning for the post-rendezvous action. The planners quite clearly felt uncomfortable doing an action with people so unlike themselves. The Earth Firsters did, however, feel comfortable with the young MJ volunteers who'd come to Virginia to help local anti-MTR efforts. Most of them attended some or all of the rendezvous, and most left Virginia afterward, some of them moving on to other activist scenes. Some returned, but only briefly or intermittently, and to little effect. In short, the F. Rendezvous sucked up outside support for local anti-MTR efforts, and blew it away. I returned to Asheville that fall, but before I left, I helped Larry Bush arrange to set up an office for SAMS on the main street of Appalachia. A young MJ volunteer named Hannah Morgan, a terrific exception to the general rule in Coalfield, Virginia that young outside volunteers come, don't do much, then leave, stayed on and did much of the work of keeping the office open and useful in 2007. As of early 2008, SAM's membership had grown to well over 100. By then, however, SAMS was quite aloof from MJ, although, at Hannah's request, SAMS agreed to allow MJ to hold a pan-regional revisioning meeting at its office in November 2007. No local SAMS members attended. By the latter part of 2007, several counterproductive trends were evident in MJ. One was the campaign's continuing inclusiveness problem. Early on, MJS was envisioned as a movement that will bring in a broad spectrum of people from all walks of life, as Bo Webb put it. But since 2005, MJ's recruitment and activities had been primarily geared for urban-oriented college-aged people from outside the coalfields. This effectively excluded, or at best failed to encourage, others who didn't fit that profile to lend their talents and resources to MJ. It specifically excluded most coalfield residents, few of whom can be described as young urban activists. 288. 289. A related trend concerned as an indigenous movement. By 2007, many of those most active in MJ seemed to perceive it as simply part of a wider struggle against climate change. That was not how MJS started out, nor was this shift in focus discussed and decided upon in the MJ consensus process. MJS began as an effort by people living in Appalachia's coalfields, aided by outside supporters, to end strip mining and enable coalfield Appalachians to begin building a better, sustainable, self-determined future for the region. MJ's shift away from that vision paralleled its shift from being driven by people living in the coalfields to being driven primarily by the desires and goals of activists based and working outside the coalfields, few of whom had any strong connection to any coalfield community. It is, of course, an excellent thing that MJ has networked and linked itself so effectively with the national, indeed global, network of people seeking to mitigate human effects on climate change by reducing the burning of fossil fuels. Their efforts to stop the building of new coal-fired power plants, phase out the old ones, and in the meantime insist that coal mining not destroy Appalachia, are Appalachia's best hope for building a national constituency willing to demand an end to the many evils of strip mining. Their efforts overall to combat climate change are perhaps the world's best hope for a livable future. But MJ's absorption into the global movement against climate change came at a cost. It sidelined, rather than supported, organizing within the coalfields. Nothing that outsiders can accomplish, however valuable and welcome, will suffice as a solution to Appalachia's problems. Appalachia needs to find its own future, with Appalachians themselves envisioning and building that future, beyond the dysfunctional economy and culture of coal. Otherwise, the groups and individuals fighting MTR might win individual battles but are doomed to lose the 289. 290. War. A particularly bad mining operation might be stopped here and there, but others will continue, destroying more and more of Appalachia as the price of coal rises ever higher. Even if all strip mining were to end, Appalachia would still be a colonial economy and society ripe for exploitation by other big money enterprises. A sustainable future for Appalachia requires a locally based, nationally supported network of communities capable of demanding and creating better ways of living and making a living there. MJS was founded to bring nonviolent direct action and civil disobedience to Appalachia in aid of the fight against strip mining. But, after the summer of 2005, these tactics almost entirely vanished from MJ. To the extent that they were still used in 2006 through early 2008, it was outside the coalfields by activists who were based outside the coalfields. For example, Chris Dodson beginning in late 2007 organized and inspired a wave of actions at banks that fund MTR, with small groups visiting bank branches in places outside the coalfields to sing and play old timey Appalachian music, talk with customers, and hand out anti-MTR literature. Such actions taken outside the coalfields in support of the struggle against MTR are, of course, not a bad thing. To the contrary, they are very much needed for success in that struggle. But the key word there is support. The home ground of this campaign is the coalfields. In 2006 and 2007, MJ diverted the campaign's direct action energy far from that home. It was particularly worrisome that this narrowed the possibilities for coalfield residents to connect with the campaign against MTR. A local person in Virginia, for example, who's really angry about a strip mine near his house and wants to do something directly to stop it might not think that the sort of work on lobbying, lawsuits, hearings, and petitioning government that SAMS engages in is enough. And SAMS collectively isn't comfortable with participating in civil disobedience. The genius of the early MJS campaign was that it recognized that both 290, 291 sorts of work are needed if the fight against MTR is to succeed. MJS was intended to be a big tent framework within which lots of different people doing different sorts of work could amplify the effectiveness of each of their work. The MJS guidelines: no violence, no property damage, civil disobedience is okay, focus on strip mining in Appalachia were intended to encourage individual or group projects aimed at ending MTR without everyone affiliated with the campaign needing to agree to participate. Sierra Club could participate in MJS in its own way, Earth First in its way, SAMS in its way, and if through MJS that lone angry person in Virginia could connect with someone from elsewhere willing to help him blockade a mine entrance, that would be good too. A key reason for MJS's original openness to direct action was a recognition that violence is very close to the surface in the coalfields. Support for autonomous, nonviolent direct action encourages and enables angry, frustrated people to do something radical in a FOC-used and effective way, rather than, say, going to a mine site and trashing the equipment or shooting at someone. One of MJS's founding premises was that if we're violent, we lose. There was thus real danger in the campaign's unexamined shift to direct action only outside the coalfields. For these and other reasons, in the latter part of 2007 some activists began to talk about a new wave of direct action in the coalfields. Both local people and individuals living outside the coalfields would be involved. The aim would be to annoy, inconvenience, and cost MTR operators money as often and in as many places as possible. One model for such actions might be the second, aborted ZEB mountain action described in press releases above. Such an action would be cost-effective, with minimal resources and risk expended to maximum effect both on mining companies and on public awareness of MTR. It could be accomplished with simple, inexpensive equipment by 6 or 7 activists, perhaps 4 on site plus 2 or 3 to drive, email the anonymous press releases, and sit by a phone in case something went wrong. If all went well, no one would go to jail. 291. 292. Of course, anyone undertaking such an action could decide to skip the press releases altogether, allowing the action to speak for itself. I believe, though, in the current political, legal, and media climate in which any direct action in the name of environmental justice will likely be called ecoterrorism, that failing to broadcast the activist's own, truthful description of an action risks having the action do more harm than good. Truth is powerful, and the truth is on the activists' side here, especially since media are likely to find their story more appealing than the stories the coal company or hostile law enforcement are likely to tell. Imagine, for example, if the photo of the signaling device described in the press releases in the previous chapter shows something that's not only obviously harmless but hilarious, with perhaps a friendly seahorse head on the prow of the inflated plastic float, and a waving Barbie doll nestled inside it among the fireworks. Imagine if instead the activists provide no information at all, ceding the story to coal propagandists. Perhaps the best reason to do such actions, though, is that they are replicable, adaptable, inspirational. People living in the coal fields with the many evils of MTR, faced with the enormous economic, political, and legal power of the coal companies, have had little reason to believe that anything can be done to change things and have many reasons to despair. Actions such as this can show clearly that individuals or small groups can indeed stand up to a coal company and make a difference, crippling at least one small part of the enormous death machine of MTR for at least a short time, and doing it in a way that encourages coalfield residents, calls attention to the terrible injustice going on in Appalachia, and supports broader efforts to stop MTR and right its wrongs. As for reasons not to do such actions, many of them, at each and every egregiously destructive strip mine in America, well, I can't think of a one. By mid-2008, a good many MJ activists based outside the coalfields were shifting their focus back toward coalfield communities. One manifestation of this was the launch of an intake effort to better connect MJ. 292. 293. Volunteers with tasks that grassroots coalfield anti-MTR groups such as CRMW and SAMS needed help accomplishing. At the same time, ongoing MJ efforts to prevent construction of a very large new coal-fired power plant in Wise County, Virginia, became better coordinated with the efforts of people living near the proposed plant. By mid-2008, new and deeper working relationships were developing between young, urban, climate change-oriented outsider activists and local people who didn't want this plant or any more MTR to fuel it in their backyard. MJ's involvement with this issue began in 2006, when a consortium of 5 power companies led by Dominion proposed building a large new power plant near St. Paul, Virginia. The plant was projected to begin construction in 2008 and start operating in 2012. A wide range of local, regional, and national activists expressed concerns about the plant. MJ, SAMS, and other anti-MTR activists foresaw that the plant's voracious need for coal for decades to come would preclude chances for a transition to a healthy post-coal economy in southwestern Virginia. In recent years, more than 100,000 acres in Virginia's coalfields had been devastated by large-scale strip mining. In Wise County, more than 41,000 acres were permitted for surface mining at the time the new plant was proposed. If MTR accelerated to meet the demands of the new plant, there'd be little of the region's water and forest resources left with which to start anew after the coal ran out. Social justice activists in Wise County and elsewhere raised concerns about having a plant sited there, in the poorest part of the state, that would primarily benefit wealthier consumers to the east. The plant would generate 500–600 megawatts of electricity, enough to power as many as 360,000 homes. The people who live in Wise County and nearby coalfield communities already suffered from some of the worst air quality in the nation, largely due to emissions from other coal-fired power plants in the region. 293. 294. Clean air advocates were, on the one hand, cautiously encouraged by the proposed plant's relatively tight air pollution controls, which were about as good as coal-fired power plants get at minimizing smokestack emissions of the main toxins associated with burning coal. However, on the other hand, the plant's circulating fluidized bed technology would enable it to burn waste coal and biomass as well as regular coal. It wasn't at all clear how well pollution controls devised for regular coal would work with those alternative fuels, which create different combustion products. Climate change activists, generally opposed to building any new fossil fuel burning facilities, were particularly opposed to the proposed plant's relatively inefficient CFB technology, which extracts only about half the energy from the same amount of coal consumption and greenhouse gas production as gasification, a more efficient kind of coal burning technology. Worse still for global warming was the proposed burning of waste coal, which produces even more greenhouse gas per kilowatt of electricity. Water quality advocates were concerned about the plant's effects on the Clinch River, as Dominion had struck a deal with the county's public utility authority to take 1 million gallons of the river's water per day, 20% of which would be discharged after use, according to a Dominion spokesman. An additional concern was the potential for rainwater leaching out toxins from the vast quantity of ash this plant would produce, polluting waterways and aquifers. If waste coal were burned, that concern would grow. For every 100 tons of waste coal the plant burned, about 85 tons of ash would remain. And if biomass were a significant part of the fuel mix, the economic incentive to cut even immature forests nearby would increase, threatening the river's watershed. Dominion, on the other hand, described the proposed plant as a clean coal power station, with state-of-the-art pollution controls. It emphasized its intention to buy coal mined in Virginia as a benefit to the 294. 295. Area's economy. Together with local and regional political and business leaders, Dominion also claimed that the proposed plant would add many jobs to the local economy. Skeptics noted that most of those jobs would be temporary, for construction work at the plant, and that much or most of that work would likely be done by specialist contractors from outside the region, rather than by local contractors and workers. In addition, the proposed plant would likely accelerate a loss of jobs at another plant nearby, the old and very dirty coal-fired power plant operated by AEP, one of Dominion's partners for the new plant, along the Clinch River in Carbo, just a few miles away. Operating since the 1950s and lacking modern pollution controls, the smokestacks at Carbo emitted as much as 250,000 pounds of sulfuric acid and 2 million pounds of hydrochloric acid each year, along with mercury and other toxins. AEP had long avoided installing pollution controls at Carbo by cleaning up other, more modern plants it owns elsewhere, as allowed under federal cap-and-trade rules. It apparently had no intention of making such upgrades at Carbo, but surely expected that someday either the state or the federal government would no longer allow it to pump out so much pollution there. When that happened, it's a good guess that AEP would shut the Carbo plant down rather than upgrade it. AEP's stake in the new power plant, so close to its old one, made closure of the old plant in the near future look more likely. In that light, Dominion's claim that the proposed plant meant a gain in local jobs looked even more hollow. Nor would the new plant's demand for coal likely create new jobs in mining. In the past half-century, as coal mining in Appalachia mechanized and shifted from underground toward large-scale surface mining, coal production in Virginia doubled while jobs for miners dwindled. Those trends had accelerated in recent years. As recently as 1990, more than 10,000 miners were employed in Virginia. In 2004, only 4,000 such jobs remained. There's no reason to believe that jobs in coal mining would increase in the decades ahead, new power plant or no. 295. 296. The proposed Wise County power plant was thus a perfect example of everything that's wrong about coal, locally and globally, from its mining to its burning to its wastes. As such, it presented a perfect opportunity for people with diverse interests and from diverse backgrounds to work together to stop the plant. Aware of the possibility that Dominion and its allies might seek to divide and conquer by pitting these diverse elements against each other, folks who'd previously not worked with each other began early on to make efforts to meet and talk with each other about their opposition to the plant. No grand, unified coalition emerged from this effort. What did happen was perhaps more hopeful, an ongoing effort to consult one another, to work together when possible, and to avoid undermining one another's efforts against the plant and, more broadly, toward building a better future. Not that this effort was perfect. Inevitably, with such very different people involved, it was often awkward. Other than Hannah Morgan and a very few others, MJ in 2006 and 2007 didn't take collaborating with local people in Wise County as seriously as it might have done. SAMS and the Clinch Coalition, the main local groups opposing the plant, collectively remained wary of MJ's use of civil disobedience. But individual members of SAMS and the Clinch Coalition saw civil disobedience tactics as legitimate, though not something either of their organizations would explicitly endorse. And eventually MJ's working on this issue came to devote much more effort to coordinating their work with that of local activists. In March 2007, SAMS held its first public meeting in opposition to the plant. 50 or so local residents attended, asking Dominion representatives tough questions about the plant and finding their answers mostly unsatisfactory. Over the next year and longer, SAMS and other local activists focused their efforts on mobilizing local support, commenting at public hearings, allying with mainstream environmental organizations elsewhere to mobilize statewide opposition to the plant. 296. 297. And collaborating with those organizations on legal challenges. MJ activists sometimes joined SAMs in these efforts, but primarily focused on protests outside the coalfield region, at Dominion's offices in Richmond, for example. In August 2007, Blue Ridge Earth First, a new entity based in Central Virginia and closely affiliated with MJ, announced its existence with banners opposing various Dominion projects, including the proposed power plant, dropped off Northern Virginia highway overpasses. BREF's emergence was critical both to MJ and to efforts against the power plant, in two distinct but ultimately related ways. It gave impetus to a sharp escalation of civil disobedience directed at stopping the power plant. In protests in April and June 2008, activists blockaded Dominion headquarters in Richmond. At the latter protest, 12 were arrested. It also gave impetus to a refocusing of MJ attention toward coalfield communities, particularly Wise County. One result of this was the September 12-14, 2008, Weekend in Wise, an event that included workshops about local and national coal issues, strategy sessions, hikes, mountaintop removal tours, power plant tours, and a coalfield activist panel. BREF and MJ activists worked closely with SAM's members and other Wise County locals to plan and present this event, which took place shortly after Dominion began construction on the power plant nearby. And then some stayed on until Monday, when quite a different event was planned. Shortly before 6 a.m. on Monday, September 15, a convoy of 2 pickup trucks, loaded with equipment, followed by 2 passenger vehicles pulled up to the office entrance of the construction site for Dominion's Wise County power plant. Within a few minutes, in the dark, a blockade was assembled. 8 protesters locked themselves to 7 55-gallon drums pulled off the trucks and spaced across the main gateway. The line of drums and protesters was just long enough to allow the protester on either end of the line to lock to a gate post. A 9th protester closed the gate and locked it by attaching himself with a lockbox to the gates. 297. 298. 2 swinging panels. A 10th closed and locked himself to a gate at a secondary entrance to the office. Several other protesters assumed support roles once the blockade was established: media liaison, police liaison, photographers, and watchers to see that those who were locked down came to no harm. Police soon arrived, and set about assessing the situation. Relations between police and protesters began and remained courteous. Shortly after 6:15 a.m., more than a dozen additional protesters marched single file along the edge of the busy highway fronting the site to join the protesters at the entrance. They carried signs and banners demanding clean energy, clean jobs, and a better future for this place than the power plant portended. Solar panels atop 2 of the 55-gallon barrels reinforced this message. So did slogans printed on the T-shirts worn by the locked-down protesters: "Today's destruction is not tomorrow's prosperity," and "Invest in Appalachia, don't destroy it." Most of the nearly 36 protesters there that day didn't live nearby. A good many came from parts of Virginia east of the coalfields, where BREF is based. Others, affiliated with, came from states nearby. Still others, including several affiliated with Rainforest Action Network, which provided logistical and financial support for the action, came from as far away as California. Only a few of those who marched along the road to show support for the protest were longtime local residents. Only one of those who locked down lived locally, Hannah Morgan, who by this time owned a small house in Appalachia. But other local residents had participated in the planning for the action, and many more had been consulted. In sharp contrast to the planning and execution of the nearby power plant protest after the Earth First rendezvous in 2006, a persistent and extensive effort was made to include local people and address local concerns in this action. Some of those consulted couldn't attend the protest for 298. 299. personal or professional reasons, but nonetheless supported it wholeheartedly. Others were uncomfortable with the law-breaking aspect of civil disobedience. They were assured that no violence and no property damage would be committed by the protesters. All of those consulted were asked, how can this protest be done in ways that help rather than harm other local efforts to stop the power plant and end MTR? Their input was decisive in shaping the protest, especially its serious tone and positive messaging. The blockade held for more than 4 hours. That it lasted so long is something of a mystery. There wasn't anything extraordinarily sophisticated about the lockdown techniques used, and there certainly was no shortage of law enforcement personnel. So many arrived at the scene that the lone protester at the secondary gate, locked to it with one very ordinary Walmart bicycle lock and a padlocked length of ordinary hardware store chain, was for a time surrounded by 10 policemen and a fireman in full firefighting regalia. During those 4 hours, traffic often slowed to a crawl as motorists first noticed the many police vehicles with flashing lights near the site, then paused to look at the blockade. I spent most of that time holding a sign by the side of the road near the protest and waving at cars going by. About half the drivers waved back. These included school bus and ambulance drivers, construction workers, even a few coal truck drivers. Drivers and passengers who gave clear signs of support such as thumbs up or friendly toots on the horn greatly outnumbered those who showed disapproval for the action. Protesters holding signs a little ways farther along the road from me who kept a tally of this say the yeas outnumbered the nays by about 5 to 1. Only one driver and passenger yelled at us, telling us we should go home. Soon after that happened, a passerby on a motorcycle stopped to applaud the protest, telling us it's about time the outsiders responsible for the power plant dominion, he meant, be sent home. Standing by the side of the road there, I got to thinking about the 3-day march in West Virginia in 2005. Then, Bo Webb recalls, we were told to go home and that we were a bunch of hippie troublemakers. 299. 300. Now, 3 years later, Bo is heartened by what he sees here today. I think the difference is that although we talked about jobs back then, we are now more specific about the types of jobs and have demonstrated how those jobs can become a reality for our community members. The positive reaction of folks passing by the action is further proof that we have come a long way in our struggle to expose coal industry lies and suppression of the truth. Altogether, 11 protesters were arrested that day. 9 of the 10 who were locked down were charged with misdemeanors related to trespass and unlawful assembly. A woman acting as police liaison was additionally charged with misdemeanors for allegedly inciting other protesters. So was Hannah, one of those locked to the barrels, apparently singled out for extra charges because she'd been such a vocal, local opponent of the plant for the past 2 years. Both sets of incitement charges were preposterous. The role of police liaison at such a protest is not to lead but to mediate. As for Hannah, she had recently become a full-time student at Cornell University in upstate New York, a 14-hour drive from Wise County. The other arrestees had already committed to their roles before she returned to Virginia and joined them in preparations shortly before the action. Along with SAMS, the Clinch Coalition, and a great many individuals from Wise County, elsewhere in Virginia, and beyond, Hannah had participated in the public hearing and comment process for the plant. But although lawsuits against the plant were still pending, opportunities for public input were now past. We've gone through all the processes of comments, public hearings, challenging permits, demonstrations, and gathering 46,000 petition signatures of people demanding clean energy in Virginia instead of a new coal plant, Hannah says. We've even resorted to acts of civil disobedience before, twice blockading the entrance to Dominion's corporate headquarters in Richmond. After years of fighting the blatant injustices of coal in Virginia, we felt it was time to take our actions to Ground Zero, the power plant site. We felt we 301 have exhausted every other means of telling Dominion we won't stop until you do. We have stood up to the injustices of the coal industry, but on September 15, it was time to sit down and refuse to move. The week after the September 15 blockade, former Vice President and Nobel Prize-winning climate change activist Al Gore told an audience in New York, "If you're a young person looking at the future of this planet and looking at what is being done right now, and not done, I believe we have reached the stage where it is time for civil disobedience to prevent the construction of new coal plants that do not have carbon capture and sequestration." The predominant reaction to this among MJ activists was, "Not just young people. You, too, Al. Come join us." Whether Al Gore would be willing to get arrested or not, that such a mainstream politician would say such a thing is evidence of how America's mainstream has shifted on this issue in the past few years. Maybe the lobbying and propaganda power of the coal industry isn't so all-powerful after all. Most Americans now accept that global climate change is real and potentially catastrophic, and that carbon emissions from human activities are contributing to it. Can the day be far off when most Americans also will accept that no new coal-fired power plants isn't some crazy radical idea but instead a commonsensical step to avert that potential catastrophe? When a youngish state trooper walked up to one of those locked to a gate at the power plant in Wise County, he laughed and said, "Y'all are crazy." From his point of view, what the protesters were doing did look crazy. But from a broader point of view, in this time of global climate change and wholesale destruction of Appalachia by MTR coal mining, surely the really crazy thing going on there that day was that a new coal-fired power plant was being built, not that its entrance was being blockaded. The saving of our world from pending doom will come, Martin Luther King tells us, not through the complacent adjustment of the 301, 302 conforming majority, but through the creative maladjustment of a nonconforming minority. That creative maladjustment is too often dismissed as the craziness of people who just don't fit in this world. But as Judy Bonds has convinced me, and I hope by now convinced you as well. Oh, we're not the misfits. 302. 303. Climate Ground Zero. As the Bush administration approached its end, an interesting symmetry emerged. The history of anti-MTR activism in the several years prior to the launch of the MJ civil disobedience campaign had been an accelerating series of disappointments with legal maneuvers and with egregious failures to enforce regulations intended to protect the environment and people living near mining operations. This was what made many anti-MTR activists feel that going through legal channels wasn't working, and that resorting to civil disobedience was necessary or at least acceptable. Then, following the November 2008 election, activists saw an accelerating series of things to be hopeful about, including new opportunities in Washington, coal companies' stock prices falling, opposition to coal-fired power plants across the country, and more. Still, MTR in Appalachia, and the ill effects of coal nationwide, continued unabated. On December 22, 2008, the containment wall around a huge pile of coal ash by a power plant in Tennessee broke, releasing perhaps 500 million gallons of toxic waste into tributaries of the Tennessee River. This was an even bigger disaster than the coal slurry spill in Inez, Kentucky, in 2000. But unlike then, the spill in Tennessee was big news all over the United States, including the front page of the New York Times. Follow-up coverage highlighted the dangers of hundreds of piles of coal ash across the country. Senate hearings were called. Incoming. 303. 304. President Barack Obama's choice for EPA head, Lisa Jackson, promised to assess the safety of every coal ash dump in the United States. Coal had clearly arrived as a national issue, one routinely covered in news reports everywhere. The reaction to all this among anti-MTR activists to both the hopeful signs and the continuing devastation was to push even harder, on multiple fronts. Efforts would be made to influence the appointments and priorities of the incoming Obama administration and Democrat-dominated Congress. At the same time, activists would ramp up civil disobedience and direct action intended to hold coal and power companies accountable, to keep MTR in the public eye, and to make clear to politicians and others that greenwashing would not be accepted. In coalfield Appalachia, the good news/bad news tug-of-war played out especially vividly in the Coal River Valley. There, the fate of Coal River Mountain, the last mostly intact large mountain bordering the valley near Whitesville, hung in the balance. Massey had long planned to strip mine some 6,600 acres of the mountain, divided into 4 contiguous permit areas with a total of 18 proposed valley fills. For none of these sites, though, had Massey yet obtained a valley fill permit. The mountain was thus slated for destruction, but still a ways off from where mining could begin in earnest. In 2006 an engineering study had determined that Coal River Mountain had excellent potential for a large-scale wind farm, as many as 222 megawatt turbines, enough to provide electricity to 150,000 homes. To pursue that potential, to drum up support for a wind farm on the mountain, the Coal River Wind Project was launched by CRMW, OVEC, and others. They also commissioned a study of such a wind project's economic potential. That study, released in December 2008, documented that a wind farm would produce greater economic benefits to citizens of Raleigh County, more jobs and higher local earnings and tax revenues, than strip mining the site would produce even without taking into account 304. 305. The health and environmental costs that mining there would incur. In addition, a wind farm would leave nearly all of the mountain's forest intact, allowing its continued use as an economic and cultural commons, where local people could, as they had done for generations, hunt, pick berries, and forage for mushrooms, greens, nuts, and medicinal herbs. All those benefits would continue indefinitely, as long as the wind blows. MTR operations would end on the mountain in 15 years or so, leaving a flattened, treeless landscape with much reduced wind potential and insufficient stability for installing large turbines. However, the study noted, while wind provides greater economic benefits to the citizens of Raleigh County, a final decision about mountaintop removal rests with the landowners and leaseholders on Coal River Mountain, who are concerned with the value of their investments. This report computes the present value of revenues to landowners generated by a wind farm versus mountaintop removal. Wind farm revenues were found to be much lower than those realized through mountaintop removal. In addition, currently held coal leases on Coal River Mountain stay in existence until all mineable coal is extracted, further inhibiting surface developments like wind farms. It is therefore no surprise that both landholding companies and leaseholders have pursued coal mining as opposed to wind farm development on Coal River Mountain. Without societal intervention, these companies will pursue mountaintop removal in order to provide the greatest private profits possible from the land and coal resources on Coal River Mountain. Seeking that societal intervention, CRMW's Chuck Nelson handed a copy of the study to Gov. Joe Manchin at a statewide energy summit on December 9, 2008. By then, the issue was becoming more urgent. In September, Massey had been given permission to dump overburden around the edge of the Brushy Fork Slurry Pond, adjacent to one of the Coal River Mountain permit areas. On November 20, they got permission to remove overburden from that permit area, the Bee Tree. 305. 306. Site. The way was now clear for Massey to start strip mining on the Bee Tree portion of Coal River Mountain, dumping the resulting rubble around the edge of the Brushy Fork Pond instead of in a valley fill. Such mining would require blasting quite close to the huge pond, first for building a haul road, then for the mining itself. The Brushy Fork Pond, much larger than the slurry pond up above Marsh Fork Elementary School, covers hundreds of acres, is held back by an earthen dam 900 feet high, is permitted to hold up to 9 billion gallons of sludge, and is located above a honeycomb of old underground mines. Blasting at Bee Tree not only would somewhat reduce the site's wind potential, but also ran the risk of causing a catastrophic flood by cracking the pond's floor, much like the big flood at Inez in 2000. But Brushy Fork is a much bigger impoundment, and its failure could result in a much bigger catastrophe. Massey's own disaster contingency plan, required of it after the Inez spill, supposes a wall of sludge 40 feet high, moving down the Coal River Valley, mile after mile after mile. On January 6, 2009, Raleigh County Commissioners, having been formally presented a copy of the wind study, refused to support or endorse the project. Nor, apparently, was support from Gov. Manchin forthcoming. The very next day, local activists discovered that Massey had started pre-mining clearing of trees, but not yet any blasting, at the Bee Tree site. Having run out of other options, and feeling urgency, they began to make plans for direct action. For this, they had the support of Mike Rozelle, a founding Earth Firster with decades of experience with nonviolent civil disobedience, and his Climate Ground Zero campaign. Back in 2007, Mike and others had started CGZ to apply civil disobedience to the problem of global climate change. In 2008, they held a camp in Montana, addressing coal strip mines out west. They intended to organize along a train route there, where coal was carried to power plants near the west coast. I guess the timing wasn't right, Mike says. People were interested, we trained a bunch of people, but we couldn't get people to commit to the actions. 306. 307. So in June 2008, after the camp, Mike came to Appalachia, to Larry Gibson's 4th of July gathering. He'd known Larry and other people in Appalachia's coal fields since 2005, but hadn't spent a lot of time there. Mike suggested moving the CGZ campaign to the Coal River Valley, and the local folks he was talking with encouraged that. By this time, Hillary Hosta was spending much of her time in Canada, where she has family, and in fall of 2008, Mike took over the house where Hillary had been living since 2005, one of a row of 4 houses in Rock Creek across the Coal River from RT3. Hillary's house was in roughly habitable condition, but the other 3 houses were in very rough shape. Mike and others he recruited set about renovating the houses to serve as headquarters and base camp for CGZ, a place for both long-term and short-term campaign volunteers to live and work. The volunteers would both launch civil disobedience actions and help with other local efforts to end MTR and address local problems caused by mining. If you're gonna deal with climate change, Mike explains, you have to deal with coal, the burning and mining of coal. And if you're gonna deal with coal, you're gonna have to deal with mountaintop removal because it's the least efficient, most carbon-intensive way of mining coal, also the most environmentally destructive way. The key part is that your opponents are these coal state politicians, senators, legislators, governors, and they have put a roadblock up for any meaningful new laws or regulations to deal with climate change. Mountaintop removal is their sacred cow. They do not want to lose on this, they think that's just the first domino. And they're right. But if we can't stop mountaintop removal, we're kidding ourselves to think that we can do anything to address the climate crisis. So what trying to do here is to really put these guys under the spotlight, put some real pressure on them. Because once this logjam breaks, on mountaintop removal, then a whole set of other possibilities arise. But if we can't do anything here, if we get stopped here, then the whole climate reform is stuck in the mud. So here we're going after. 307. 308. The biggest coal mining state in the nation, with the most hardcore political support, going up against the biggest, meanest companies, and we're right in the middle of their territory. That's, to me, how you get pressure. Because without an indigenous revolt against these conditions, you can't build a national movement. It has to coalesce around what the local people are doing to fight it themselves, what kind of help they need. If they fall, if they fold, then it's very difficult to run a campaign. This is ground zero for climate in the US right now. I can't think of a more important struggle. I can't think of a more urgent struggle. Judy Bonds agrees. This is more than just about mountaintop removal, she says. This is about climate change and a transition to a clean, renewable future for our kids. I don't think they could manage any kind of legislation or movement in America without the ugly poster child of mountaintop removal. Climate Ground Zero is indeed the correct name for this. Everything that's a change for the better, a transition, a livable earth for our kids, is all tied up in West Virginia and Kentucky and Tennessee and Southwest Virginia. By January 2009, 3 of the CGZ houses were at least approximately habitable, and that's when went after Coal River Mountain, Mike says. That had been kind of the line in the sand. It was Rory McIlmoyle, who, since the summer before, had been working with CRMW to organize the wind project, who really decided it was time for action, Mike recalls. But he had never done one before. Boy, did he take to it, like a duck to water. So he was our action coordinator for that action. He planned deployment, did the scouting, and we just played a support role. Shortly before 7 a.m. on February 3, 2009, Rory, Mike, and 3 other activists locked themselves to a bulldozer and an excavator on the B-Tree mine site, demanding a halt to all operations connected with strip mining on the mountain. Before locking themselves to the equipment, they had planned to raise up a model windmill on the site, a gesture inspired by that of the soldiers who raised the American flag. 308. 309. At Iwo Jima during World War II. Unfortunately, the windmill, made of PVC pipe and other less than durable materials, broke. 2 large banners were unfurled without a hitch, though. One read, "Save Coal River Mountain," the other "Windmills Not Toxic Spills." By 8 a.m., the lockdown had been discovered by a worker arriving to start up some of the equipment. According to Mike, the worker looked at the situation and said, "Well, you guys ain't gonna be here long." The protesters responded, "Okay, it's cold, that's fine with us." It was a casual, friendly exchange, Mike recalls. The protesters decided it was time to let the police know they were there, and sent word to supporters down in Coal River Valley to do so. Other supporters hidden in the woods nearby watched and took photographs to document whatever happened. One photojournalist remained with the protesters. Around 9 a.m., a helicopter, rented to document the protest, flew over, with photographers inside taking pictures. Police were milling around. The protesters were still locked to the equipment. Workers stood nearby, looking on. Having the helicopter overhead was really nice, Mike says, because the miners knew that we were filming from the air at that point, so we knew that they weren't going to do anything bad for us. And they were all very friendly. The miner guys stood around and made crude remarks and violent threats, but nothing mean. They just said they would like to run over us with their machines and stuff, but they didn't say it in a real bad way. The police stated their intention to cut the locks, arrest the protesters for trespassing, and take them to the state police station at the southern end of Whitesville. 6 people were arrested, including the photojournalist who'd remained at the site. In addition to the photographer and Mike and Rory, 2 of those arrested, Matt Norpel and Glenn Collins, were veterans of MJS 2005. Matt had stayed on and worked in Coal River Valley ever since. The other arrestee was James Ginn. 309. 310. McGinnis, an old friend and colleague of Mike's, who'd arrived in Rock Creek just the day before. Shortly after 10 a.m., several dozen local people and outside supporters gathering at CRMW's office in Whitesville learned that the 6 arrestees had been cited for trespassing and were about to be released. Cars were dispatched to the police station to pick them up and bring them to the office, where they were greeted with cheers, congratulations, and food. And then everyone got organized to carpool to the other end of town, to the front entrance of Marfork Coal, the Massey subsidiary responsible for the Brushy Fork impoundment as well as for B-Tree and the other proposed strip sites on Coal River Mountain. The police had so far been remarkably low-key. They didn't handcuff the arrestees when they escorted them off the mine site, and the 6 left the police station carrying not only their citations but also the banners they'd displayed at the backcountry action. They were gonna confiscate the banners, Mike said, but they left them outside, and after we all got cited they were just lying in a pile, so we just grabbed them, figuring, well, if they want them, they can call us. Still, by the time the arrestees were released, an unusual number of policemen had gathered at the station. They'd been told in advance that there'd be a protest at Marfork's front gate at 1 p.m. today, but nothing about this morning's action up on the mine site. Apparently they didn't know quite what to expect next, but wanted to be prepared. By 12:45, close to 50 people had gathered where the road to Marfork's headquarters meets RT3, right across from the police station. 5 police cars drove up the road toward the guard shack at the entrance. After a morning of clear skies, snow flurries were starting up. Rory McIlmoyle, holding the big banners used earlier in the day, looked for a good place to display them. He eyed a line of railroad cars filled with coal, parked just across the tracks, a perfect place to hang them. Tempting as it wasn't the action that people were there for this afternoon. 310. 311. Rory settled instead for laying them out on the ground. Meanwhile, at the side of the road, protesters held signs and smaller banners so that passing cars could see them: clean coal, dirty lie, save Coal River Mountain. The reaction from passing cars was far different from what protesters had experienced there in the summer of 2005, when the entire valley seemed to radiate hostility. No one yelled at the protesters today, no one gave them the finger, no one tried to run Bo Webb or anyone else down. A few drivers gave friendly honks. Some slowed down to read the signs. The strongest negative reaction displayed was drivers looking stonily ahead as though the protest just wasn't there. The protesters themselves were cheerful, upbeat, happy, confident. The hostility is not there, Judy Bonds affirmed. I think we're beginning to feel a change in things, a feeling about what's happening on this river. I think that with the Obama election and the national trend of renewable energy, maybe these people are beginning to realize that we do want sustainable communities, and this is the way to get it. It's a real future, not just some hippie fantasy. I don't feel hatred coming from them. Teasing a young woman nearby, Judy added, and when you've got pretty young girls waving at you, as most of those holding signs and banners that day happened to be, of course you're going to wave back. That's the key to it. So you saying that they're bait? A bystander asked. No, I'm saying that these girls can change minds. Shortly before 1 p.m., several police cars drove back from the guard shack and parked near the railroad tracks. Several state troopers walked toward the tracks. Bo, acting as police liaison that day, approached the tracks from the other side. The trooper in charge, SGT Michael Smith, recognized Bo and said, "We're supposed to have 6 inches of snow by 6 o'clock. You know that?" 311. 312. Bo responded, "We want to be quick." Everyone laughed. Down to business, the trooper asked Bo, "What do y'all want to do? Are you guys establishing the property line right here?" Bo asked, pointing to the railroad tracks. "We weren't sure. We thought it started up there." "Well, to be honest with you, I did too," the trooper said, "but I was informed of my wrong. We need to know where the line is. From what I understand, the tracks." That settled, the troopers wanted to know if many people were intending to be arrested there that day. Bo said, "I don't think there'll be that many, but there'll be a few." "We can go across the road," the trooper said, "to the police substation. However you want to do it." Speaking of Lorelei Scarborough, a local woman who lives up a hollow by Coal River Mountain, who has been very actively involved with the wind project, and who intended to lead the protest, Bo said, "I think she wants to read a statement, and then she wants to attempt to deliver it. We have somebody here prepared to accept one, for the company," one of the troopers said, pointing toward a civilian car parked off to the side of the road on the Massey side of the railroad tracks. "But I don't think it's going to be who she wants." Bo suggested that the protesters would kind of mass over here, on the legal side of the tracks, and step up here to the tracks. "I got no problem, SGT Smith responded. "Y'all need something, let us know." The protesters circled up to hear a few words in a prayer offered by Alan Johnson, director of Christians for the Mountains. He told the crowd that the biblical verse, "The earth is the Lord's," means that we're called to use the land in a way that's supportive of God's purpose, a respect for all creation, the land, the water, the animals, the people. 312. 313. that live there, the people that are going to live there in the future. When the land and the people are treated as holy, God is honored. When the land is treated as just something to make money at, for greed, then it is an abomination God's purpose. He reminded them of the story of the money changers Jesus confronted at the temple, businessmen who had turned a place intended for the worship of God into a place to make money. Jesus overturned the money changers' tables that day and drove them out of the temple, putting them out of business temporarily. That, Allen told the crowd, was a direct action. After prayer, the crowd approached the railroad tracks. Lorelei, a grandmother and widow of an underground coal miner, read out the letter to Massey. It asked that Massey stop work at the Bee Tree site, especially any blasting. Directly in the path of a possible spill is a Head Start Center, our senior center, and the town of Whitesville, with the potential for loss of lives in the west end of Raleigh County and dozens of miles into Boone County, Lorelei read. The letter also called upon the State Department of Environmental Protection to suspend the surface mining permits on Coal River Mountain. The DEP has failed to properly regulate sludge dams, according to a recent federal report, and halting mountaintop removal on Coal River Mountain is in the best interest of our communities and the survival of our future generations. We believe there is a higher and better use for permitted for mountaintop removal, which does not include the dangers associated with blasting close to a toxic sludge dam. That project is the Coal River Wind Project. As the state trooper had predicted, Lorelei wasn't satisfied with presenting the letter to the Massey underling who'd come to accept it, but instead wanted to walk on back to Marfork's corporate office and seek someone in authority there. The Massey representative wouldn't allow this, and the police were clear that if she insisted on crossing the line she'd be arrested. And so she was, along with 7 others, including 313, 314, Vern Haltom, Larry Gibson, Chuck Nelson, and Alan Johnson. All were treated much the same way as the morning's arrestees, no handcuffs, no formal booking, just a citation for trespassing. The action up on Coal River Mountain that day marked the first time since the campaign began more than 4 years earlier that nonviolent civil disobedience was successfully carried out up on an active mine site, not just at the front gate. It was unlikely to be the last. Nor was Coal River Mountain the only potential target for such action in and around the valley and elsewhere in Appalachia's coalfields. Now more than ever, with the Bush administration ended and a new political era beginning, anti-MTR activists felt the time was right for civil disobedience to catalyze an end to mountaintop removal and other harmful mining practices. If we are willing and brave enough to step up to the plate now and make our voices be heard, I think we have an opportunity here to do something to end this, Bo told me that week. Lorelei and others in the valley noted that they'd tried everything short of civil disobedience in their efforts to save Coal River Mountain, and needed to take this next step if they were to have any chance of success. Take it to the national level was how Judy Bonds put it. The only way to end steep slope strip mining is to do it on a national level, with a federal law that is actually enforced. What's needed, she said, is to force the administration now to recognize the fact that this is just not going to stop, it's going to keep getting bigger. There's more and more people who've heard about mountaintop removal and find it absolutely disgusting. The civil disobedience at Coal River Mountain was intended to aid this process and increase its momentum. Additional actions in the near future would keep that momentum going. On March 2, Judy, Bo, Lorelei, Larry, Chuck, and others from Coal 314, 315. River Valley joined thousands of people aiming to take it to the national level in a mass gathering and march to the coal-fired power plant supplying the U.S. Capitol building, a few blocks away, in Washington, D.C. The march's broad focus on climate justice brought together a wide array of activists dealing with various aspects of climate injustice from global warming protesters to public health advocates concerned about air pollution. On other occasions, I'd heard Mike Rozelle talk about building allies through the whole chain of custody of coal, from mining to burning to dealing with its wastes and its effects on health and climate. The DC gathering offered both a glimpse of how very extensive that alliance has become, and reassurance that coalfield resistance to MTR not only wasn't being eclipsed by other concerns but was being kept front and center. Leading the march were representatives of communities directly affected by coal, from Navajo homesteaders, to people living near the DC and other power plants, to anti-MTR activists from all over Appalachia. When I called Larry Gibson's attention to the thousands of people marching behind him, he looked teary-eyed. Although Larry undoubtedly found this moment emotionally moving, the tears were probably mostly from the cold weather that day, well below freezing, following an unusual late winter storm the night before that had covered the city with half a foot of snow. It got colder as the day wore on. When the march reached the power plant, hundreds of people blocked all of its gates, stamping their feet and shivering. March organizers passed out cups of hot chocolate. Dozens of police officers stood by and watched. Organizers of the event had been planning for the largest mass civil disobedience for climate in U.S. history. But the police declined to arrest them. "It's a whole lot easier to get arrested where I live," Mike Rozelle noted. In fact, at that point, Mike had already been arrested 3 times that year in West Virginia, first on Coal River Mountain on February 3, then twice more on the Ed White MTR site up above Bo Webb's house in 315. 316. Naoma later that month. According to Bo, blasting above my home began to escalate right after the February 3 action. Later that month, at an unrelated public hearing, Bo approached Mike Fury of the West Virginia DEP and his supervisor Keith Porterfield. "I asked Mike Fury to come down and walk up Clay's Branch with me so I could show him the boulders, fly rock, and rubble that were coming off the mine site area. He refused, saying he had sore knees and I'm not going to walk beneath a blast area. I thought that pretty arrogant, being that some of us citizens live beneath that blast area." On February 16 and then again on February 25, Mike and Gin McGinnis walked up onto the mine site above Clay's Branch, each time blocking a road and DISP laying a banner. On March 5, just a few days after the march in Washington, 5 more activists affiliated with Climate Ground Zero were arrested hanging a banner at the site. Bo himself, in Washington, showed the blasting video I had been taking to staffers in Byrd's office, Rockefeller's office, and Rahal's office. I then went to the federal OSM and filed a formal complaint. Late March I received a call from the OSM field office in Beckley. They said they would come down and walk up the mountain for a look. The results were 4 violations and suspension of operations in Clay's Branch until the debris was cleaned up and returned to the permitted property it came from. That was April 4. Massey immediately moved their blasting crew out of Clay's Branch and began blasting around the bend from Clay's Branch into Petrie Bottom, a hollow adjacent to another part of the huge mine site. Whether the enforcement action had anything to do with the protest and CD, I have no way of knowing for sure, but I strongly suspect it most certainly did. On April 16, 3 more activists affiliated with CGZ, together with 2 photojournalists, were arrested on the same mine site, up at the head of Clay's Branch, hanging a banner reading, "EPA Stop MTR." Massey's move from one side of a mine site to another wasn't going to stop the protests. 316. 317. Anti-MTR protesters had, from the very beginning of the Mountain Justice Campaign, been keenly aware of the possibility of being met by violence, especially in West Virginia, and especially if they took their protests onto active mine sites and faced Massey workers there. Following the first CGZ backcountry protest in February, up on Coal River Mountain, police warned Massey management that worker attacks on protesters would not be tolerated, would, in fact, be prosecuted. If protesters showed up on a mine site, they were told, the proper thing to do was to call the police, who'd come deal with the situation themselves. News of this warning lit up the valley's gossip circuits and soon reached Climate Ground Zero and its local supporters. All of a sudden, anti-MTR protests up on mine sites seemed a lot less unreasonably risky. So Massey, warned off by the police from encouraging its employees to bully protesters on mine sites, went after the protesters in court. In late February, at Massey's request, a judge in Raleigh County issued a temporary restraining order barring individuals arrested in actions on Massey mine sites earlier that month from any further trespassing or interference with Massey property or business operations. This TRO was written very broadly, with language suggesting that anyone who knew about the order, even if just by reading about it in a news report, would also be subject to it. Shortly thereafter, Massey announced its intention to sue protesters for damages as well. In the weeks and months ahead, additional arrestees at other protests would become named targets of this or similar troce. The lawsuits underscored certain advantages that CGZ offered to the local campaign against MTR. Specifically, CGZ provided a civil disobedience component in ways intended to complement other groups and individuals' efforts at lobbying, local organizing, lawsuits, or whatnot, and to protect those others from legal liability. For CRMW or any established institution, for any individual with assets to lose, for that matter involvement in direct action carries the risk of a lot of liability, Mike notes. You're an entity that can be sued, that can really be harmed by these big companies. If you've got a business, if you own a home, it's 317. 318. Going to be difficult. So we work with a group of activists that we've been working with for 25 years, building up from that core with new, mostly younger people coming in to join them. The young people are just as important, with their enthusiasm and their courage. But none of us are afraid of losing our livelihoods or homestead. We don't have one. Mike is speaking of the front persons for CGZ here. A good many others involved in this campaign do have assets that could be at risk, and choose not to take on arrestable roles. Since pulling off an action typically takes several times as many supporters as arrestees, that's just fine. In practice, action planning and execution at CGZ generally worked like this, out of the mix of older and younger activists living at the CGZ houses, augmented by short-term volunteers staying at the houses and a network of supporters from around the region and beyond, a group of people would coalesce around a common idea of doing a particular civil disobedience action together. That affinity group would consist of people taking arrestable as well as non-arrestable roles, including scouts, media and police liaisons, and people responsible for communication, food, and transportation. The affinity group gets to plan their own action, Mike says. They're responsible for their own strategy. And as long as they're willing to abide by the guidelines, then they have a great deal of autonomy in how they want to express themselves, and CGZ supports them in seeing their action through. The wider network, local, regional, and national, supporting CGZ has been extraordinarily diverse. We're working with a lot of retired miners, Mike notes. Military veterans. Church-going people. And they mix well with our more alternative lifestyle types. They understand how important each other is to the campaign. There's been a lot of harmony and a lot of bonding. And our group just keeps getting bigger and stronger. We haven't had a lot of the divisions and disagreements over strategy and tactics here that I've seen in other campaigns. I think a lot of that is because we're just so damn busy moving forward we don't 318. 319. Have time for all that stuff. We know what we gotta do every morning when we get up. It's not something we have to have a meeting about. Partly out of respect for that diversity, CGZ has intentionally supported both backcountry and front gate protest actions. Not everyone is able and willing to do a backcountry action. Front gate actions offer a broader range of opportunity for even less than spry individuals to take a stand, with or without risking arrest. One is not better than the other, Mike emphasizes. They're both very powerful. However, the fact that actions were now actually been taking place on mine sites has had such an effect in West Virginia. Even the local activists here, some of whom were ready to go up with guns blazing, never thought that they could go up and chain themselves to a piece of equipment. But then when we did it, they were going, of course we can. And without that local support, we couldn't do that. We couldn't just come in here from California and get on that site. We need eyes and ears, we need people to explain the hazards. And we've had that even though it is increasing the pressure on. I've really been impressed that they have been willing to weather this, that they understand that it's necessary, and it's helpful. Without that, we wouldn't be able to do this. Ironically, the backcountry actions have apparently made one group of local people significantly safer: the miners. According to Judy Bonds, one of Massey's workers told her daughter, at a chance meeting in a convenience store on RT3, that ever since they've been protesting we've been going by PS and QS. We've been having to do it by the book, whereas before we never did. I will say that your mom has made our workplace safer. But I don't look for him to say that in front of a bunch of his cohorts, Judy adds. One other change worth noting is this: in years past, the civil disobedience campaign against MTR, including but not limited to MJ, had been a loosely affiliated set of individuals and groups that tended to plan and execute one action, then another, sequentially. By early 2009, 319, 320. Various subgroups of the anti-MTR movement were habitually working on multiple actions simultaneously. In West Virginia particularly, activists focusing on their own current action were typically aware, more or less vaguely, that others were working on other projects, and they were comfortable with this, trusting others to do good things without needing to know the details before extending that trust. The news coming out of Washington in those early months of 2009 was mostly hopeful for anti-MTR activists. The Obama administration took an early step toward tougher controls on mercury emissions from coal-fired power plants. The EPA announced its intention to propose regulations for CO2 emissions from such plants. The Clean Water Protection Act was reintroduced in Congress, along with a parallel measure in the Senate, and each steadily gained CO sponsors. The EPA announced plans to study and regulate coal ash storage at power plants. The EPA ruled that CO2 and other greenhouse gases are a danger to public health and thus subject to regulation under the Clean Air Act. The most encouraging news of all came on March 24, when the EPA set aside close to 200 pending MTR permits for stricter review of their likely effects on streams and wetlands. At the same time, the EPA put on hold 2 permits that the Army Corps of Engineers was about to issue for MTR projects in West Virginia and Kentucky. Some of the news from Washington, though, was downright disheartening. By May, for example, it was obvious that proposed legislation to address climate change had become bogged down by large business interests, including the coal industry, determined to profit from rather than be reined in by it. 320. 321. Worse still, half a year after Obama's election, none of the hopeful news about coal had done anything beyond excite hope. Strip mining in Appalachia was still going full throttle. In early May, extensive flooding in Mingo County, just south and west of the Coal River Valley, evidenced MTR's continuing devastation of the region's land and people. Jack Spadaro, flying over the area hit by floods, estimated that about 60% of the landscape there had previously been damaged and left vulnerable by MTR activities, including road building, open mine sites, valley fills, and slurry ponds. God may have sent the rain, but it was MTR that had destroyed the land's ability to absorb it. Then, on Thursday, May 14, the EPA sent a letter to a West Virginia congressman stating that it had approved 42 of 48 MTR permits they'd so far reviewed since March 24. Activists familiar with the permitting process noted that not nearly enough time had elapsed since then for anyone to go through all the paperwork for these permits, let alone conduct any real investigation. The sense that this was a rubber stamp, rather than a genuine review, was furthered by the EPA's public statement that it had decided not to comment on or explain its decisions to approve the 42 permits after consideration of the nature and extent of project impacts. 28 of the projects have 2 or fewer valley fills. None have more than 6. MJ activists assembling for their annual summer camp the following weekend, once again in Pipestem, West Virginia, were outraged. So much for hope, wrote the activist who posted the EPA's statement on the MJ organizers' listserv. In addition to venting their outrage that week at camp, they got to work. On Saturday, May 23, several dozen activists, including MJ newcomers and old-timers as well as CGZ volunteers, deployed an ambitious three-part action in and around Coal River Valley. 321. 322. Shortly before dawn, 8 activists staged a lockdown around a giant dump truck on one of the mine sites overlooked by Kayford Mountain. Meanwhile, 2 young women in hazmat suits launched an inflatable rowboat onto the Brushy Fork impoundment to float a 60-foot banner reading "No More Toxic Sludge." Several hours later, at Marfork's front entrance, 7 more protesters were arrested for trespassing when they crossed over the railroad tracks and approached the guard shack. The dispatcher called by supporters of the protesters to let police know about 2 of the backwoods' actions obviously wasn't accustomed to hearing from callers asking police to go arrest their friends. "Do your friends want to get in trouble?" she asked, incredulous. "Well, not exactly," the caller explained, "but they are expecting the police to come arrest them." Although none of the 17 arrestees that day was charged with any sort of jailable offense, the Brushy Fork paddlers and front gate arrestees were held in jail on $2,000 cash-only bonds. Since the magistrate who set the bond refused to allow use of a bail bondsman, and the arrests happened on Memorial Day weekend when judges weren't available and getting that much cash in hand was cumbersome, several remained in jail for days. The last of them were freed on Tuesday, when they could finally see a judge, who released them without bail money being paid. All of those arrests took place in Raleigh County. The Kayford Mountain protesters, arrested and processed in neighboring Boone County, were released without bail. However, instead of an escalation in bond money and jail time, their cases marked a penalty escalation of another sort. The total fines and fees imposed for the Kayford 8 would ultimately exceed $15,000. As bail, jail, and fine penalties for arrestees escalated in West Virginia's criminal courts, the Massey lawsuits continued to move forward in civil courts. In early May, Massey lawyers asked Raleigh County Judge Robert 322. 323. Burnside to find Mike Rozelle, photojournalist Antrim Caskey, the 5 arrested at the Ed White action on March 5, and those arrested at the Ed White action on March 16, all in contempt of the previously imposed TRO. Judge Burnside ruled that Mike and the March 5 arrestees were not in contempt but that the March 16 arrestees were, since Antrim was with them. She was a named party on the TRO following her previous arrest at Ed White with Mike and Ginn, and the others were acting in concert with her. Burnside made it clear that simply encouraging people to do actions did not constitute a violation of the TRO. Those found in contempt were assessed $500 in civil fines plus damages, which had the potential to be huge. Specification of dollar amounts for damages was deferred to a later date, but Massey lawyers indicated they'd at least be asking for $18,000 in attorney's fees. Those targeted by the suit immediately sought to appeal the ruling. At the beginning of June, when the appeal process had barely begun, Judge Burnside granted an injunction based on the TRO. The injunction applied only in Raleigh County, only to the Massey subsidiaries where protest actions had occurred, and only to parties named in the lawsuit and those acting in concert with them. The penalties for violating this injunction would be up to a $1,000 fine plus damages. Other lawsuits against protesters acting in other counties and at the sites of other Massey subsidiaries remained pending and would be added to as other protests unfolded. The lawsuits made it potentially very costly for protesters specified in the injunctions to participate in further actions. However, neither the lawsuits nor the escalating bail, jail, and fine penalties discouraged at least some of the named individuals from seeking other targets. Nor did they discourage others from taking action, on and off Massey property. "We haven't seen that put a damper on our recruiting yet," Mike Rozelle told me in June. "When we sit down and try to explain what the 323, 324 risks are, people understand it. And they have come to the conclusion that it's a bigger risk to do nothing, that they have to do something. It's a personal thing." On June 19, 4 such protesters climbed onto an enormous dragline at Massey's Twilight Strip mine, a few miles west of Coal River Valley, on the other side of Cherry Pond Mountain, or rather, on what's left of that mountain after years of MTR there. The protesters had intended to unfurl a large banner there and occupy the machine for the day, while a B team of activists on the ground beside the dragline engaged and distracted mine workers, and photographers took pictures. What actually happened was rather less than the plans called for. Already with this action, other things had not gone as planned. The protest had originally been conceived as a splashy media stunt with actor Woody Harrelson up on the dragline with the climb team, all resting in a giant hammock suspended above the dragline's even more gigantic boom, chatting away on phones with reporters alerted to the story by the action's media team. The action had to be delayed several times to fit Harrelson's schedule, eventually pushing it so late that his training time with the other climbers had to be shorter than intended so that the action could take place before others involved had to fly back home. And then the action was delayed yet again when lightning and rain were forecast for the rescheduled day of deployment, although as it turned out, the weather that day was fine. By that time, there was a good bit of uneasiness about Harrelson's shortened training time and his readiness to go up with the climb team. Harrelson decided to leave, and another climber left as well, to deal with a family emergency. It became apparent that getting that big and very heavy hammock up there was no longer a practical option, if it ever had been. And so the action went forward with scaled-back personnel and plans. 324. 325. On the day of the action, several hours before dawn, 4 climbers, the B team of ground support personnel, and 2 photographers were dropped off at a deserted spot on a road in the vicinity of the dragline. After a hike through woods, up a steep slope, to the edge of the active mining area, everyone paused. The climbers put on their harnesses. They couldn't see the dragline yet, and would have to approach it across an open mining area with little cover. After a bit of a rest, they all headed on out into the war zone, a moonscape of destruction, Charles Suggs, one of the climbers, later recalled. As they approached the dragline, the B team pulled out their huge banner, and moved away from them to go toward the dragline itself. There were a bunch of workers up there, maybe 20, 30. Was down for maintenance, and I guess it was about shift change time. We didn't engage, didn't make eye contact, just walked right past a lot of them and got to the dragline. We were leaving it to the B team to really try and get their attention. We got to the ladder and started climbing up it, and workers were trying to pull us down off of it. I know when I was climbing up onto it, a worker grabbed my arm and tried to yank me down off of the dragline. Charles wriggled that arm out of his hands, and got up on it, all 4 of them in a line, heading for the dragline's boom. At that moment, a worker out of the door on the side, and he stood right there in the walkway, where we couldn't get past. Someone on the ground said, "Just let him go." And, like he was leading the way, he just walked along the path toward where we needed to go. The worker opened and entered another door into the side of the machine, around the corner, and we just kept on going. We started walking up the boom, heading for its upper end, where they'd climb out onto the cables that allow operators to control the boom and its enormous bucket. The idea was to get on those lines, between the tip of the boom and the top of the tower, hang out up there, put up a banner, stay there for a while. The banner said "Stop Mountaintop Removal" and had the RAN logo on it. 325. 326. At this point, there was still nobody following us. So we out to the tip, and the lines were very easy to access from the walkway. Charles pulled out his gear to test it on actual lines, to see if my safety line would grab on those cables, which of course they'd only been able to guess at during training. The line sloped away down from the tip of the boom, and he wanted to be sure they could stop themselves from zipping away 40 feet down the line to the first spacer between that line and its neighbor. It grabbed really well, and that was good. Melissa came over, and we started getting up on the cables, Charles and Melissa on one cable, Chelsea and Lynn on another, parallel cable. We started going out, down the length of their cable. We threw our lines across and were waiting a while for the banner to come across. Bit by bit, they moved down, securing the unfurling banner to the dragline's cables. While the climbers were unfurling and attaching the banner, a police officer came up on a ladder that led to a connection between the boom and the cables. He told them he was afraid of heights and didn't want to be up there, and asked them to come down. They told him they would, but not yet, it would be a little while. I told him I owed him a beer, Charles says, and Lynn said, if you don't drink, I'll buy you ice cream. He went on down. A little while later, when the banner was maybe 2/3 of the way unfurled, another police officer came up and yelled at them, telling us to get down right now. Some workers came up too, with harnesses on and safety gear, to climb. The workers headed along the boom to a part of the banner that was drooping a good bit between the cables, cut the banner with something like a razor blade, and threw down on the ground. And they pulled on the line that was attached to the cable right next to my safety gear, so when they yanked on it, they yanked on me. Charles said, "What are you doing, pulling on me?" They calmed down a little after that, and we chatted some. Charles started working his way toward other members of his team, who, by this time, had stopped trying to unfurl the severed banner. They 326. 327. Instead had cut the word stop out of what was left of the banner and were holding that up. At that point, Massey had sent a worker out on the line after us. And the police allowed that. The climbers decided they should go down, rather than risk more people coming up after us. And so they were all arrested. As with the May 23 actions, the magistrate demanded a cash-only bond, adding up to about $10,000 for all the arrestees. The 4 climbers sat in jail for about 24 hours, everyone else was bonded out that same day. A key difference this time was that, although all of the charges were misdemeanors, some carried the possibility of jail time. Among the 14 arrestees that day, 8 ground support personnel and 2 photographers were charged with trespass and conspiracy. The 4 climbers were charged with trespass, conspiracy, fleeing on foot, littering, and battery. The battery charge a misdemeanor for unwanted touching when the line of climbers encountered the worker on the walkway on their way up the rig was particularly worrisome for a campaign committed to nonviolence. Charles didn't know whether the climber at the front of the line might have touched this worker, but he knows that he didn't do so himself and that they certainly didn't push him out of the way. There was definitely no shoving out of the way. He definitely went under his own power. Ultimately, the dragline protesters agreed to a plea deal with no jail time, but thousands of dollars in fines and court fees. This was a very expensive action indeed, what with plane tickets, motel bills, a lot of gear, food and supplies for several dozen people, and then those fines and fees. The dragline was shut down for only 4 hours that day. In a lot of ways, Mike Roselle told me a few days after the action, these campaigns are more about the symbolism. We may have shut the dragline down for 4 hours, but that 327, 328 was just 4 hours. It took us 3 months to get to that point. It was a tactical victory. We sent a very strong message all the way up to Don Blankenship that we're coming after him. But in the end it was the symbolism of the action that gave it its most power. So now those kids that are lobbying Congress, those people that are going door to door, they have a lot more hope that this campaign is building momentum, it's getting attention, and we're aggressively fighting back. A few days later, on Tuesday, June 23, anti-MTR demonstrators returned, once again, to Marsh Fork Elementary School and the Goals Coal facility. The rally and mass arrest planned for that day was, like the dragline action, conceived as a splashy media stunt. And indeed, actress Daryl Hannah and climate scientist James Hansen were among those arrested that day. But a less noticed, arguably more important story that day was this: compared to the Goals Coal protest 4 years ago after the first camp, far more people showed up to protest today. More local people, more people from around the region, more people from all over the country, celebrities included. Close to twice as many people offered themselves up for arrest. The movement against MTR had grown a great deal in strength, reach, influence, and numbers. That morning, Judy Bonds and a few others arrived at the school hours before the rally was scheduled to start, to make sure Massey supporters didn't block access to the gathering and parking spaces. Police arrived at 10 a.m. or so, which was when Massey supporters arrived as well. From their arrival, Judy recalls, the Massey supporters were very belligerent. Very rude. Very violent. Early in the day, the Massey supporters outnumbered the folks trying to set up for the rally. They chanted at the rally organizers, "This is our state," and simply Massey. 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 They approached musicians setting up to play, blasted air horns in the musicians' ears, pulled the plug on equipment, and fiddled with the knobs on the sound. 328. 329. System. We complained to the police, Judy says, to no avail. The police were badly outnumbered, maybe 12 or 14 of them compared to 100 or more Massey folks. I don't think they had enough people there to control the crowd. In addition to blaring air horns, Massey supporters on motorcycles went round and round just outside the field where the rally was being held, revving their engines. Judy and Bill Price, who also was helping to organize the event, herded folks assembling for the rally to the backside of the musicians' platform, then asked the musicians to turn around to face them. That seemed to really anger the Massey folks even more, Judy says. It just enraged them. By then, about even numbers of anti-MTR folks and Massey folks were present, 150 to 175 of each. Some of them were local people, Judy says, some of them I had never seen in my life. They must have called for Massey workers from Beckley, from Logan, from other areas. Massey hardly ever gives a day off. But they obviously gave workers time off for this. When the speakers got up, Judy recalls, it became even worse. They said some very vulgar things to Ken Heckler. It was awful. Just so embarrassing. What they said to Daryl Hannah was very rude and vulgar as well, wouldn't even let her talk. Same thing for every speaker that got up there, even the clergyman. It was very hard on our people to maintain a nonviolent stature. The police were very worried. They had received notice that if we went up there, to Massey property, that there would be bloodshed. Judy had already heard this, from her daughter, a woman she'd talked with in a convenience store told her that they were told, by Massey, that if we come across that bridge to beat the shit out of us. Judy and the rally's other organizers had no intention of backing away from that threat. We had a permit to be there, she says. We. 329. 330. Had a right to be there. The rally was located and organized where and how it was because people who might be unable to participate in a backcountry sort of action, Hansen, Hannah, the elderly Ken Heckler and Winnie Fox, and many others wanted to take a stand, wanted to be arrested at a site. And we were told by Massey lawyers there was no need for people to go up on their work sites, we could get arrested on the street. And that's exactly what many of those at the rally intended to do that day. After the speakers spoke, the anti-MTR protesters gathered themselves up and marched 2 by 2 from the field by the school on up RT3 toward the front gate of Goals Coal. As they approached, Judy saw that there were more Massey workers than was at our rally, so I would say some had come across the bridge from inside the coal prep facility to join Massey folks who'd been at the rally and were now massed between the gate and the road, filling that space. The Massey workers and supporters were 6, 7, 8 deep, just a wall, blocking the entrance to the prep plant, Matt recalls. Which I thought was kind of amusing, like they blockaded it for us. The police had dogs there, Judy continues. As we were walking up, I turned my head away from the Massey crowd, didn't want to engage, didn't want to look at them. So I'm looking at the dogs, looking at the scene, the coolness, the shade, wishing I was in that shade, since it was hot and sunny that day. Then, just as Judy was turning around, a woman came out of the crowd of Massey supporters, heading toward Judy. I didn't even see her until a moment before she hit me, full force, all her weight, slapped me off to the side. This aggravated an old whiplash injury Judy D had in a car accident a while back, and it hurt. I was very angry. I wanted to hit her back. But I grabbed hold of Sarah to get my balance, and that kept me from immediately retaliating back. She reared back to hit me again, and the police grabbed her, and while the police was handcuffing her, she lunged at Lorelei Scarborough. She was screaming something at Lorelei, and at me, but I couldn't hear it cause I was so stunned, and my ear was ringing at the 330. 331 time. I couldn't hear a word she said. But she could hear and see that the Massey wives and security guards cheered her on. So I just continued with the march. The adrenaline was flowing, and I just let go of the pain until later that evening, and then my jaw started to really hurt. By the time Judy was attacked, the marchers could go no further. The Massey folks had left them no room to get off the road. There was no that we could get on the property in order to do a nonviolent trespass sit-down, Judy says. Dr. Hansen was going to present a letter to Massey Energy, but couldn't reach the gate to do so. The police said that if we sat down we'd be arrested for blocking the flow of traffic. So we did. Among the 30 or so arrested with Judy and Hannah and Hansen that day were 3 protesters well over 80 years old, Winnie Fox, Ken Heckler, and Roland Michaelum, who'd come to West Virginia to support the Climate Ground Zero campaign a few months earlier. Bo Webb, Lorelei Scarborough, Larry Gibson, Sarah Haltom, and several other local anti-MTR activists, along with a host of supporters from around the region and across the country, sat down and were arrested as well. All were ticketed and released. By the end of the day, the total number of arrests at anti-MTR demonstrations in West Virginia since February, when Climate Ground Zero uncorked the action up on Coal River Mountain, was over 90. It had so far been a very busy year in West Virginia. In July, CGZ launched no civil disobedience actions. Instead, the campaign stepped up its ongoing efforts to make its camp a better home for the dozen or more full-time activists living there, as well as the scores of volunteers coming in and out, staying temporarily or occasionally, part-time. Housing and feeding so many people, and finding weatherproof space for gear and food supplies, was a challenge. A great deal of work went into making the fourth of the 4 tiny CGZ houses marginally habitable. A wooded area behind the houses was cleared of underbrush to make more room for visitors' tents. An outdoor cooking area was set up under tarps. For much of the year, 2 successive buses fitted out with kitchens for mobile feeding of activist gatherings settled in and provided daily meals for the camp. Vegetable gardens were planted and tended. Funds were raised to allow the campaign to continue to squeak by financially. And, as always, activists continued to scout and prepare for future actions. At 9 a.m. on August 11, 4 protesters locked themselves to the entrance of the West Virginia Department of Environmental Protection's main office in Charleston. CRMW, OVEC, and several other groups had previously petitioned the federal government to take over from the state DEP enforcement of federal laws related to mining and water quality. The 4 protesters locked to the entrance, and dozens of supporters who joined them there demanded that the DEP be closed due to incompetence, and also that DEP Secretary Randy Huffman resign. Then, on Tuesday morning, August 25, activists once again targeted the Ed White strip mine site. Since moving away from Clay's Branch, up above Bo Webb's house, earlier in the year, mining operations had not returned there. Instead, blasting was having the same kinds of ill effects on another small community down below another part of the mine site, Petrie Bottom. Before dawn, 2 climbers, Laura Steepleton and Nick Stocks, set themselves up on platforms in 2 80-foot tulip poplar trees on a very steep slope near the edge of the Ed White MTR site's permit boundary, within 300 feet of where blasting had been taking place. Their aim was to stop that blasting for as long as they could remain in the trees. The climbers' supporters, including the media team working out of the Climate Ground Zero houses nearby, were hoping to break the 332, 333 4-hour mark, to keep the tree sit going for more than 4 hours, which was as long as any previous action against MTR had managed to hold on before being dismantled by police. But instead of dismantling the tree sit, the state police decided to wait them out as long as we can wait them out, SGT. Michael Smith told reporters. If I put somebody up in the tree to take them out, it's going to be a danger. The climbers stayed up all that day and then the next day, and the next, and the next. 2 ground support activists keeping an eye on the sitters near the base of their trees were arrested on the first day, ticketed for trespassing, then released by police and allowed to return to the tree sit site to serve as liaisons with the tree sitters. On Friday, the same 2 were arrested again after allegedly helping to resupply the sitters, jailed this time, and released on $1,000 bond. The 2 tree sitters remained on their platforms through a mostly rainy weekend. During that weekend, a good bit of discussion went on among sitters and their supporters about how to proceed in the days to come. Although the tree sit had already gone on longer than expected, the sitters still had enough food and water for several more days. They'd managed to stay warm and dry and were in good spirits. Batteries on their cell phones and radios were running low, though. And resupply would be difficult. Early in the action, Massey workers had left the tree sit unattended for at least brief periods of time. By the weekend, workers were present 24/7, even during shift changes, blaring noise and flashing lights at the tree sitters through the night. They were banging on a metal chair, they were taking a hammer up against the tree, they were beating on their helmets, Laura later tells me. By the 5th day they had brought out a real drum. Laura and Nick treated this as an invitation to a drum circle, and brought out their own buckets to play along. Machines were honking. The lights started day 1 and that wasn't really a problem, we just pulled our tarps over us, that didn't keep us up. They were able to sleep on and off. What was? 333. 334. The worst for me was when they were hollering a bunch of gibberish. She found it hard to sleep through that. During the daytime they would get quieter, so we would sleep during the day, knowing at night you would be constantly awake. Their intent was totally to keep us awake and keep us disoriented, Laura says. Which is, of course, a dangerous thing to do to anyone high up in a tree, dependent on maintaining safety protocols with harnesses and lines to keep from falling. At one point, when I was getting from my line onto the traverse, to go up and talk to Nick about things, and the noise and distractions were intense, one of the security guards told the ones making noise, "You know, it's not like these people are terrorists, you need to stop this." Beyond the workers at the Ed White mine, local reaction to the tree sit was very positive, Judy Bonds says. They love the idea of people sitting in the trees. They also understand that it takes a lot of courage and a lot of skill. And it's not symbolic. It actually stopped the mining. Ed Wiley tells me that after the tree sit was up for several days, over the weekend, a local person came by CGZ to say that his family had property back near where the tree sit was going on and wanted to allow ground support to use the property so they'd have a legal place to be close by the tree sitters. He said, "I could see them up there at night, flashing the lights and harassing them." He doesn't want to speak out directly, and this is his way of trying to help. Boeb talked to a person in Petrie Bottom on Friday, asked them what they thought of the tree sit, right above their home. And this man told me, "I think they're really courageous." From where he lives, he could see the lights and hear the noise Massey workers were making. Bo sees Massey and its supporters as a cult. And they're in a frenzy. Their jobs are being threatened and they don't care about the people living below them as long as they get their paycheck. They don't care that. 334. 335. They blast rocks and boulders on communities below them. They don't care that they're putting the silica dust in the air that we're all breathing. They only care about the dollar bills. They don't care about their kids' future. It's really obvious these people are sick. By Sunday, the 6th day of the tree sit, a partial, tentative plan emerged among Nick and Laura and their supporters. Nick, who was due to fly to Montana on Tuesday, would come down on Monday morning, leaving his supplies with Laura, thus increasing the length of time she'd be able to stay up even without further resupply. This would buy some time, but to what end? Laura, who, at this point, was comfortable with staying up there indefinitely, couldn't be expected to stay up there forever. Several possibilities were considered that day. Scouts would go out in the woods to try to locate other trees suitable for sitting and located in places where sitters would continue to block blasting above Petrie Bottom. Massey's new office building south of Charleston was scouted for a possible blockade. And, from out of the blue, a supporter called to explore the possibility of using a friend's helicopter to resupply Laura from the air. Although, by this time, the tree sit supporters were stretched awfully thin, they decided to try to go for all three options at once. Preparations began for an action at Massey's office building. Scouts went out into the woods before dawn on Monday to look for other tree sit possibilities. Resupply by helicopter remained a reassuring possibility. Late on Monday morning, Nick came down from his tree and was taken to Beckley for processing. Also that morning, Bo Webb paid a visit to SGT Smith. He offered to stand at the base of Laura's tree that night to protect her, but Smith said he'd have to arrest him if he did that. I told him he's arresting the wrong people, Bo says. By then, the Laura's supporters were uneasy about an apparent escalation in danger. Watchers hiding in the woods nearby had heard security guards or mine workers. 335. 336. Threaten Laura with gang rape, and chainsaws had been heard on Sunday night. But since communication from the field had deteriorated badly as batteries in the tree sitters' communications devices had faded, and as the watchers in the woods had had to pull back to avoid detection, it was impossible to know exactly what was going on up there. Shortly after 2 p.m., supporters at Climate Ground Zero received word from the field that Nick's tree was being cut down. They called state police to say that the two trees were tied together, that cutting one down would endanger the sitter in the other tree and must stop. Police responded that it wasn't them doing the cutting and that they'd get on it. About 10 minutes later, CGZ received word that both trees were down, that arrests have been made, and that communication with the tree sit site had been lost. It wasn't at all clear whether this was just rumor. It was unclear whether anyone reporting this had actually seen the trees or seen Laura down out of her tree. Police, called again, said they'd made no arrests other than Nick that day. But with cell phone coverage as spotty as it is in the valley, the police dispatcher might not yet have received word of very recent arrests. Later, Laura explained what really had been going on up there. The night before Nick left, they brought out chainsaws. We knew they weren't going to cut the tree down, intimidate us. What they were doing was putting the motor against the tree. It still was scary. What I was concerned about was that the one guy that had the chainsaw really didn't like us, and they were talking about how he had been drinking earlier. So at that point I'm like, great. Drunk, angry security that doesn't like me is the one with the chainsaw. I could hear security on the other end of the radio telling them, do not cut the tree. Do not cut the tree. So that lasted a little bit, then they stopped. They started the chainsaw up again later. She didn't respond, they stopped. The next morning, when Nick came down, SGT Smith kept asking me, come down, will you please come down, and I refused to come down. At that point, I had gotten all of Nick's water, so I was set. I had 336. 337. Over 5 gallons of water and enough food. I could have been up there another week and a half. But the batteries in her cell phone and communications radio were nearly dead, and she had no fresh ones to replace them with. I had already planned that after a couple of days I'd probably be out of batteries and have no contact whatsoever, which would put in a lot of risk. I knew that they were always going to be within earshot of me, and I was really worried about them too. The watchers didn't have Laura's high vantage point and so couldn't see much of what was going on around them. After Nick went away, they started racking up the noise level. They brought out sirens. That was just constant. That had been going on about an hour, and I could deal with this. I knew it had to be getting to them too, and that they would eventually quit when it bothered them enough. When the sirens finally did stop, around noon, that's when the loggers came in. We're planning on cutting Nick's tree. They told Laura, who hadn't seen them before, that they weren't Massey employees, but that Massey had ordered them to be there, and they came in through the back way so that no one would see them. I said, "Where's the state trooper?" They responded, "Oh, he's not around. And this is Massey property, and we're allowed to lay what trees down we want. And you better cut that traverse line or you're going to go for one hell of a ride." At that time, she was thinking, "You guys aren't really going to cut this tree down. You're just bluffing with me, to scare me." And they came over, and one logger started climbing up tree. She decided at that point she'd best get out onto her traverse line, and started getting herself and her gear organized for that. One of the miners saw what she was doing and said, "She's gonna get on that rope. You need to get up there before she does." And the logger climbing the tree said, "It doesn't matter if she's on it. If she's harnessed in, I'm going to cut it." This would have sent Laura swinging on the rope, detached from Nick's. 337. 338. Tree but not her own, with no way to control her path, which most likely would end with her slamming into the side of her tree. She decided that the folks planning to do this were either crazy or clueless about safety, or simply didn't care how badly they might hurt her. So she climbed down out of her tree and was escorted off the site by workers to be arrested by state police. The loggers later that day cut down both her tree and Nick's. The day after the tree sit ends, Judy Bonds says she thinks that the way Nick and Laura were treated really backfired on Massey. A large number of people living nearby could hear the horns blaring, could see the lights flashing. They truly understood what was going on and was really upset at the treatment of Nick and Laura. So there's a feeling right now of solidarity. Every time that the coal industry uses violence and intimidation, and thug-like tactics, it backfires on them. We gain more support when they use those kind of tactics. I definitely think that more direct action right now is the thing to do. If we're ever going to get anything done, it has to be done now. This administration has basically Obama has lost his balls, and we need to help him find his balls. There's very few mountains left. If we don't stop it now, there's not going to be any mountains left and it'll all be about documenting the destruction of the land and the people. Bo adds, "I think that this is the battle for mountaintop removal, right here in the Coal River Valley. It's ground zero. It's where the most resistance has been, for a number of years. It's been building up to this, and this is where it's exploded not as much as it needs to, yet, but we've got nearly 100 arrests since February 3rd. 13 actions, and there's gonna be more. I don't like to use the word war because that's what Massey and them say, that they're in a war. But in those terms, we need to get all of our forces in place here because this is where it's gonna be won or lost. We've got it going, and we really need more and more people to come in now. We've done a lot with a little. I said the night before the first action, February 3rd, that we are small but we are mighty. Now, months of 338. 339. Persistent action later, we're getting really thin. We need people coming in, fresh troops and reinforcement troops. We've got it to this point, and we just need to drive it home. We're getting government's attention, we're getting the media's attention. We're exposing a truth, and that's really what it's all about. It's not a war. It's about exposing the truth. I'd like to say to everybody in Tennessee and Virginia and Kentucky, you want to end mountaintop removal? Get over here. Get over here as fast as you can, and get ready to go to work. Each day that the Obama administration delays on doing anything about mountaintop removal is another day that puts our lives in danger, here fighting this. Stretched thin as they were, activists in West Virginia didn't stop. The blockade of Massey's office building outside Charleston, preparations for which had started during the tree sit, took place on September 9. 4 blockaders, chained together across the driveway, and 1 video journalist were arrested. The ages of the participants in this action span 6 decades. The eldest was Roland Michaelum, in his 80s but still spry enough to regularly volunteer for firewood duty at the CGZ camp. In joining the blockade, Roland said, "I am exercising a spiritual obligation as a steward of creation. It was not God's intent that these mountains be destroyed to enhance the wealth of a few individuals. This should not be solely a young person's campaign. Now that they have provided the example and inspiration, we seniors need to make a statement with our own actions and share the risks that are part of this ongoing effort to stop the obliteration of West Virginia's mountains." By then, Roland was already planning a multi-day, 25-mile senior citizens march against MTR, affectionately nicknamed the Geezer March by CGZ activists, including the Geezers themselves. During the march, on October 10, two much younger activists were arrested for dropping a banner, in solidarity with the marching Geezers, off the Walker Cat building in 339. 340. Bell, West Virginia, along the route of the march. Meanwhile, the news from Washington continued to be ambiguous at best. In September, the EPA announced that 79 pending MTR permits would undergo additional evaluation by the EPA and Army Corps of Engineers. After careful evaluation of these projects, the announcement said, EPA determined that each of them, as currently proposed, is likely to result in significant harm to water quality and the environment and are therefore not consistent with requirements of the CWA, the Federal Clean Water Act. However, as if seeking to deflect criticism from any possible quarter, the report added that EPA looks forward to working with the ACOE, with the involvement of the mining companies, to achieve a resolution of EPA's concerns that avoids harmful environmental impacts and meets our energy and economic needs. Was the Obama administration trying to appear to do something about the ills of MTR without actually doing anything? Was there a tug-of war going on inside the administration between environmentalists who really wanted to end MTR and advocates for business and political interests arguing either that the U.S. couldn't afford this economically, or that Obama and other Democrats couldn't afford it politically? Whatever was going on, one thing clearly wasn't: more than half a year into the Obama administration, there had been no curbing of the actual practice of MTR across Appalachia. And among activists in Appalachia itself, one thing was very, very clear: now was not the time to let up on the pressure. Either Obama needed to be convinced he wouldn't get away with pretending to do something about MTR without actually doing it, or members of Obama's team seeking an end to MTR needed to have their hands strengthened by activists shining a light on the problem and demanding action. Or both. 340. 341. In October, Coal River Mountain once again became the focus of urgent attention. Not long after the February 3 protests, pre-mining activities at the Bee Tree site had ceased. CGZ activist Matt Lewis Rosenberg speculates that they stopped working up there because the market demand was down. It didn't make any sense for them to open up a new site which requires significant investment of money for no immediate return when they were shutting down other sites that were already producing coal. But in early October, pre-mining activity resumed on the mountain, once again with clear-cutting and now blasting as well for road building at the Bee Tree site. Because Massey still had no valley fill permits for the site, they can blast now, Matt wrote at the time, but only create as much fill as can fit around the Brushy Fork impoundment. Which is significant, but not even enough to finish Bee Tree. Why mining activity resumed just then was unclear. I can't really think of a good business reason for that, Matt said. I think that they are just doing it as a big FU to us. In response, CGZ activists reminded their network of supporters that Coal River Mountain was their line in the sand. Come join us, they said. We need you here now. CGZ wasn't alone in sounding the alarm. CRMW and OVEC and the Coal River Wind Project mobilized their supporters. Appalachian Voices I Love Mountains Project asked its extensive network to call the White House to demand that President Obama save Coal River Mountain, and thousands of people did so. Even farther afield, Google Earth prepared to include Coal River Mountain among a handful of places endangered by the burning of fossil fuels they'd show in a presentation to world leaders attending the upcoming International Climate Conference in Copenhagen in December. Coal River Mountain certainly had many friends. Would that be enough to save it? On October 19, Coal River Valley residents delivered yet another letter to Gov. Joe Manchin's office in Charleston, this time asking the governor to use his executive powers to halt mountaintop removal operations on Coal River Mountain. 7 young activists sat down. 341. 342. And refused to leave the governor's office until he took action. They were arrested and removed from the scene at the end of office hours that day. On October 22, 8 people were arrested for blocking a haul road at a mine site near Charleston. In addition to protesting MTR, they particularly wanted to call attention to the decline in mining-related jobs in West Virginia, and the improvement in the local employment situation that the Coal River Wind Project would bring. By this, the 17th CGZ-affiliated civil disobedience action that year, presumably all the police dispatchers in the area had gotten used to the idea of police being called by protesters' supporters to please go arrest their friends. And on November 21, activists once again took the protest to Ground Zero, up on Coal River Mountain. 4 people were arrested at a drill rig at the Bee Tree site, 1 locked inside the rig's cab, 1 locked to the drill itself, and 2 support persons. This action was almost identical to the aborted drill rig part of the 2005 attempted mountain takeover at Zeb Mountain, Indiana, Tennessee. This time, the action went well, even though that morning the rig wasn't in one of the 2 places the activists had expected it to be, so they had to improvise approaches and, for their covered backwoods supporters, exits as well to and from an unfamiliar and awkward location. The key differences between this action and the one at Zeb in 2005 were that the team was better prepared, better coordinated, and better supported. By this time, in this very busy year, after more than 120 arrests at 18 actions, Climate Ground Zero's support infrastructure for direct action teams had a depth of experience the activists in 2005 could hardly have imagined. West Virginia's weather in December and January, cold and ferociously snowy, forced a lull in backwoods actions in and around Coal River. 342. 343. Valley. Then, during a break in the difficult weather, CGZ activists once again returned to the Bee Tree site. Blasting had recently begun for construction of a haul road for taking overburden from Bee Tree to be dumped at the edge of the Brushy Fork impoundment. CGZ intended to stop that. Before dawn on Thursday, January 21, a dozen heavily laden activists headed for the edge of the site. The hikers approached 3 trees, oak and poplar, previously selected by scouts as suitable in several ways. They were not far apart, with about 50 or 60 feet between them. Each was suitable for installing a person on a platform high enough up to make removal difficult. They were in rough terrain where it would be hard for mine workers to bring in heavy equipment, and they were close enough to mining activities so that occupying them would prevent blasting. Working quickly, the 3 prospective tree sitters and their supporters hoisted plywood platforms, tarps, food, water, radios, batteries, and other essentials up into the trees. Lessons learned from CGZ's previous tree sit were applied. More food, water, and batteries were packed in. A system of traverse lines, which would enable the sitters to move themselves and their supplies from one tree to another, was planned. The sitters had planned to share certain supplies. They had only 2 cell phones and 1 battery-to-phone charger between them, for example. Unfortunately, the set-up crew that night found too many branches in the way for the traverse lines to be set between the trees, especially working in the dark. The sitters would not be able to share equipment, and if one came down early, he or she wouldn't be able to pass unused supplies to the others. Still, each of them at least had a communications radio, spare batteries, and enough food and water for a week or more. The sitters Eric Blevins, Amber Nitchman, David Aaron Smith settled on their platforms and pulled up their ropes. Eric, who had the cell phone charger, would be the primary contact with the outside world. Amber would minimize use of her cell phone, and the 3 of them would communicate, as needed, by radio. They would make do. 343. 344. 2 supporters remained on the ground by the trees. Several others would hide in the woods, too far away to see the sitters but close enough for radio contact. If the sitters said they were in danger, these off-site supporters would run to their aid. Others who helped set up the sit left and began their long hike out of the woods. As long as the sitters remained in their trees near the road construction site, further blasting would be halted. Our trees were right near where they were blasting, Eric later recalled. We could see blast holes from our trees, really close to us, and we could see the impoundment just a few hundred feet away. The morning of the first day of the tree sit, the 2 ground supporters beneath the trees were arrested and taken away. Massey workers felled several saplings near the sitters' trees, but Eric, in a phone call to base camp, confirmed that the sitters felt safe. That afternoon, workers set up bright lights and an extremely loud array of noise-making machinery, including both air horns and pulsing sirens similar to those on emergency vehicles. Fortunately, Eric and Planet had earplugs. Unfortunately, Embers had mistakenly been left out of her pack. Even more unfortunately, the noise was so loud that earplugs were only partly effective. Kind of knocked the bass out, Planet later recalled, but the high-pitched sounds were coming through clear as a bell. Friday morning, amid the continuing noise, workers began erecting a 10-foot chain-link fence around the trees, apparently to deter any attempt to resupply the sitters. On Saturday, the chilly mist and rain, which had fallen since the tree sit began, stopped, allowing the sitters a welcome opportunity to dry out a bit. Meanwhile, plans were being hatched by the tree sitters' supporters. One person, who'd been hiding in the woods within radio range of the sitters, would creep up during the night to get a good look at the fence, the noisemakers, and the security setup, then come out of the woods to brief supporters at base camp. 1 or 2 of those supporters would attempt to resupply the sitters and would presumably be 344. 345. Arrested, but others would remain in the woods nearby, listening to the sitters on radio. Whoever made the resupply effort might also try to get a decibel meter reading of the noise near the trees before passing the meter on to one of the sitters in a resupply pack. Those packs would also include better ear protection, as well as items intended to make up for the sitters' inability to pass supplies from one tree to another. The reconnaissance mission went smoothly, and the person who did it briefed folks at base camp on Sunday. The chain-link fence around the trees was completed, except for a gap of maybe 20 feet along the side of it nearest to the Hall Road. Security guards had attached a tarp to the fence to give themselves some shelter from the rain. The fence was close enough to the trees that the planned resupply scenario seemed plausible, though success was far from certain. The most disturbing information brought out of the woods that day concerned the noisemakers. In addition to the sirens, there were 3 separate air horn rigs, each with as many as 4 of the kind of very loud air horns used on big trucks ganged together and hoisted up beneath each tree sit platform, where they blasted away continuously. We were able to handle it okay, Eric later said, but it was a really cruel and unusual way to attack somebody who's doing something nonviolent was just uncalled for, when our actions were completely nonviolent and in defense of the community of people living below and the mountain and water supply being destroyed by the mining. It was obvious that exposure to this kind of noise could cause permanent hearing damage. Supporters at base camp got busy with legal research, seeking grounds to compel Massey to stop the noise. That afternoon, they advised Eric to call the police to file a formal complaint. Shortly thereafter, the noise stopped, but only for a few hours. The following morning, Monday, January 25, Planet came down from his tree. Rain had resumed, and at some point the wind had blown open his tarp so that his sleeping bag got soaked and he could no longer keep himself warm. 345. 346. Workers turned off the noisemakers when police arrived to arrest him, but the noise resumed after they left. Eric and Amber remained in their trees, and CGZ stepped up its efforts to stop the noise. At CGZ's request, hundreds of people called the Marfork subsidiary's headquarters, Massey's headquarters, and Gov. Joe Manchin's office to demand that the noise be stopped. On Tuesday morning, a CGZ activist was arrested while attempting to resupply the sitters. On Wednesday, another person attempting resupply was arrested. No resupply packs reached either of the remaining sitters. Still, Eric and Amber had enough supplies to last for a while, and remained in good spirits. Eric was amazed by how much the trees were swaying, because it was so windy up there most of the time, which just goes to show it would make a lot more sense to put windmills on the mountain, rather than to destroy the mountain for the coal. That Wednesday afternoon, Charleston Gazette reporter Ken Ward blogged that Gov. Manchin was planning to meet with a county prosecutor and state police about the noise. Around 5 p.m., the noisemakers were turned off. The next morning, following a meeting with CGZ activists at his office, Manchin declared a moratorium on the noise, pending determination of its legality and health effects. By this time, Eric and Amber had been up in their trees for 8 days, longer than any previous CGZ or action. The weather for much of that time had been unpleasant, but not nearly as bad as the noise. Now, with the noise turned off, the weather was poised to take a turn for the worse. Snow was forecast half a foot or more to be followed by single-digit temperatures over the weekend. On Friday, January 29, Eric and Amber came down from their trees. They were immediately arrested, but neither was willing to call it quits. "It's not over until the blasting is stopped," Amber said shortly before leaving her tree, stopped not just for 9 days, but permanently. "This is a large movement that we're a part of," Eric later added. "People are trying to do legislative work, and provide economic." 346. 347. Alternatives, and do all kinds of stuff to get us away from the destruction that the economy of this area has become so dependent on. Hopefully with all our combined efforts we can put a stop to this as soon as possible. A few weeks later, other members of that large movement mounted a fresh effort at the headquarters of the Massey subsidiary responsible for the Bee Tree site and other Massey operations on Coal River Mountain. Protesters occupy Marfork Coal Co.'s office in response to mounting violations, said a press release from Climate Ground Zero on Thursday morning, February 18. A news release from Massey told rather a different story. Environmental terrorists invade Marfork Coal Company office. 3 criminals clad in fatigues and carrying chains invaded a company office and chained themselves to chairs in the lobby. A terrified receptionist went into shock and was transported by ambulance to a local hospital. One of the criminals, Mike Roselle, was a founding member of Earth First, which is considered by many to be a domestic terrorist group. These domestic terrorists are part of an anti-coal group that wants to shut down mining in Appalachia and destroy West Virginia's economy. Massey's news release didn't specify who the many are who consider Mike and his colleagues domestic terrorists, but even right-wing activist Ron Arnold, who's written an entire book on ecoterrorism, asserts that Roselle may be a terrible pain in the ass, but he's no terrorist. Writing shortly after Mike's first trespassing arrest on Massey property, at the Bee Tree site a year ago, Arnold scolded those who would dilute the meaning of the word terrorism by applying it to nonviolent protest. "Face it," he wrote, "what he did was civil disobedience, not terrorism." The claim that a terrified receptionist went into shock was equally curious. "She was definitely startled when we came in," says Joe Hampshire. 347. 348. One of the 3 protesters that day. But soon she calmed down. She was even laughing. "We were definitely not much of a threat to her. I mean, we were locked down." Joe, the first of the 3 to enter the building that morning, announced this is a protest, then immediately sat down and locked himself to a chair. Meanwhile, Mike posted a sign reading "Closed, Stop the Blasting," on the building's front door. A Marfork employee tore the sign down, while the third protester, Tom Smith, took pictures. Then Mike and Tom entered the building and sat down near Joe. Tom chained himself to a chair. The 3 protesters had brought with them a citizen's arrest warrant for Marfork's president. The warrant read: Since 1994, the Marfork Coal Company has committed over 100 documented permit violations. Marfork's continued operations in such close proximity to both Marsh Fork Elementary and the Pettus Head Start program are not only endangering, but also assaulting the children at these locations with coal dust and other particulates floating off of the mine sites owned by Marfork Coal. Marfork is continuing its operations on the Bee Tree Strip mine, placing nearby communities in imminent danger. As president of the Marfork Coal Company, you are responsible for the illegal practices of Marfork. Given the absence of any intervention from West Virginia or federal law enforcement, a citizen's warrant has been issued for your, Christopher L. Blanchard's, arrest. 2 hours after the protesters arrived, state police took them away to jail. The three were charged with trespass, obstruction, and conspiracy, all misdemeanors. Bail was set for Joe and Tom at $5,000 each, for Mike at $7,500 cash only. Quoted in the Massey news release cited above, Massey CEO Don Blankenship said, "These criminals have been allowed to become more and more aggressive with little repercussion." 348. 349. In fact, the repercussion against anti-MTR protesters in West Virginia had escalated dramatically over the past year. Early on in the And Climate Ground Zero campaigns, protesters arrested for trespassing were simply ticketed and released. By the latter part of 2009, they were being sent to jail and required to raise large sums of bail. Although even accused murderers and child molesters are typically permitted to use the services of a bail bondsman, to reduce the amount of cash they have to muster to get out of jail before trial, West Virginia magistrates were now specifying large cash-only bonds for civil disobedience arrestees at anti-MTR protests. This resulted in protesters being kept in jail after their arrests, but before any trial, sometimes for many days longer than even those convicted of such nonviolent offenses are normally jailed. And as protest cases came to trial, the fines assessed were increasing as well. In addition to these escalating penalties in criminal court, Massey's lawyers had recently launched an escalation in their multiple civil suits against protesters arrested on Massey property. Lawsuits demanding injunctions and so far unspecified money for damages had already been filed in several West Virginia counties against dozens of protesters in 2009. Following the January tree sit, Massey filed suit in U.S. federal court against the three sitters, requesting at least the minimum of $75,000 in damages that would make such a case eligible for that court. At a hearing for the federal lawsuit on Tuesday, February 23, Massey attorney Sam Brock referred to Eric Blevins as a serial trespasser and said that activists protesting against Massey just have to live by the same rules as everybody else. Sitting in the courtroom that day, I remembered Massey's 2008 settlement with the federal EPA for thousands of permit violations related to the Clean Water Act. Massey agreed to pay $20 million, although given the number and nature of the violations, the EPA could properly have assessed $2 billion or more 100 times as much. Furthermore, just a few weeks before, in January, a coalition 349, 350 of environmental groups, announcing their intent to sue Massey, cited documentation that the company's permit violations had become even more frequent since the EPA settlement. Would an even-handed application of the same rules allow protesters to commit, say, 99 civil disobedience actions with impunity before being arrested for one of them? While Massey's lawyers were in court today trying to enjoin anyone anywhere from trespassing on Massey operations, Vern Haltom said later that day, Massey was spilling black water from their Martin County, Kentucky, operation. And Pioneer Fuels was spilling black water into Clear Fork, which empties into the Coal River near Marfork's headquarters, upstream from Whitesville's public water intake. Unfortunately, Vern says, our regulators don't escalate the enforcement of Massey's repeating violations that are endangering the community with the same vigor that prosecutors and Massey attorneys are suppressing the voices of endangered people. Judy Bonds puts it more bluntly, the justice system in southern West Virginia is discriminatory in favor of the coal industry. I think keep screaming about it is all we can do. On April 5, 2010, 29 miners died in an explosion at the Upper Big Branch underground mine, operated by Massey subsidiary Performance Coal near Whitesville. The mine had an extensive history of safety violations, news reports noted. Violations, Don Blankenship responded, are unfortunately a normal part of the mining process. At least some of the families and friends of the dead miners apparently disagreed. When Blankenship, escorted by more than a dozen police officers, tried to address the crowd outside the mine during the night after the explosion, he was shouted down by accusations that he cared more about profits than about miners' lives. One person threw a chair at him. Federal officials appeared skeptical as well. MSHA launched an extensive investigation into the cause of the explosion, and the FBI began 351 its own investigation of whether anyone should face criminal charges. A few weeks later, news of a very different kind rocked the Coal River Valley. On April 30, in a high-profile press conference at the state capitol, Gov. Manchin announced that sufficient funding had been secured to build a new school to replace Marsh Fork Elementary, in a safe location somewhere nearby. Efforts to find funding for this had previously stalled well short of the money needed. The key to making up the shortfall would be $2.5 million supplied by the Annenberg Foundation, a charitable organization. The state school fund had committed $2.6 million. Massey and the county school board would contribute $1.5 million each. Ed Wiley, CRMW, and the many people who'd worked so hard for so many years to reach this point were thrilled. Taken together, might the shock of the mine explosion and the promise of a new school mark a turning point in how people living in the valley see mining and their future? I really don't know yet, Judy Bonds said in early May. Shortly after the mine explosion, people drove by screaming "F you, tree huggers." And then some people tried to say, "Oh, you tree huggers, you want them to go underground and now they're gettin' blown up." Judy's seen the same reaction after other deaths at underground mines. You have to fight the same old battles. Excuse me, I believe in a safe workplace for everybody. There's no sense in externalizing the danger from the workplace to the community, as MTR does, much more so than underground mining. Although the dynamic is unpredictable, so far, Judy thinks that some local people who'd previously been sitting on the fence about Massey and MTR have been moved by the promise of the new school. Recently, she says, a coal miner and his wife came up to and told him to tell the tree huggers thanks, because they know they wouldn't have a school without them. They know that, they recognize that. But then again there are some diehard Massey wives that have been on Facebook saying the tree huggers didn't have nothing to do with it. Which is completely false, because Charlie wouldn't have. 351. 352. Known we needed a new school unless the tree huggers told him that. Loyalty to Massey is eroding for those that were sitting on the fence. But real Massey supporters, it is not eroding. Lorelei saw people wearing Massey shirts at some of the memorial. And then there's a t-shirt that says, Performance Coal, remembering the 29 that have died. That's the strangest t-shirt I've ever seen in my life, cause you have the company that killed those men that's honoring them. You still have people that have no concept of how to separate the two things. The people whose minds have changed are people that were already thinking. But there are those that are not gonna think, and not gonna see beyond that paycheck. It's all about greed, about whether you want that new truck and a new four-wheeler and a new SUV for your wife. Judy believes that many miners would be willing to speak out, were it not for the wife they're supporting. Massey knows this. The way to control the men is to control their wives. You control the wives through their greed. Not all wives are like that, but there's a good deal like that. And more people's talking about it, she adds. One local woman told her, it's all about trying to keep up with each other. It's about keeping up with the Joneses. And if the man ain't working in the mines, she can't keep up with the Joneses, with the next Massey wife. Neither Judy nor I think these jobs pay enough to be worth ruining your health or risking your life, let alone blowing up mountains and destroying entire watersheds around your home place. In the wake of the recent disaster, some miners might themselves be questioning whether it's worth it, but some of the wives think it is, Judy says. Still, it's hard to imagine making yourself go to work every day if the danger of losing your life is real to you. There must be a lot of denial going on. They've put all of that danger out of their head, Judy believes. They've put everything out of their head besides going to work and getting the paycheck. And they've tried to justify it by, they have. 352. 353. To feed their families. But it's more than feeding their families. People can survive off $20,000, $25,000, $30,000. It's hard. But people can do it, people do it. But for these people it's about the lifestyle. It's about style. Not about life, it's about style. I'm very much afraid, Judy adds, that some of the miners are not going to speak out to investigators looking into the cause of the explosion. I do hope these guys speak out, because more people are gonna die if they don't. In late May, Charleston Gazette's Ken Ward reported that about half of the Massey workers' MSHA investigators had asked for information had not showed up for scheduled interviews, even though MSHA had taken pains to ensure confidentiality. In a sane and just world, miners wouldn't have to be afraid to tell the truth about their working conditions. And in that world, too, taxpayers and the Annenberg Foundation wouldn't be paying most of the bill for building a school to replace Marsh Fork Elementary. Instead, Massey would be compelled to pay all of that cost, since Massey created the conditions that make the existing school unsafe. Absolutely. Absolutely, they should be, Judy exclaims. But as it is, Judy points out, not only is West Virginia not situated in a sane and just world, it's West Virginia. West Virginia is not in the United States of America. It's King Cole's fiefdom, and they do what they want to here. You're no longer in the United States. Cole rules here. Completely. Prime examples of this have been the escalating penalties for nonviolent anti-MTR civil disobedience in West Virginia, which, by early 2010, included more and more jail time, as activists came to trial and were sentenced for earlier actions. Nick Martin was sentenced to a week in jail for locking himself to the drill rig at the Bee Tree site in November 2009. Several of those arrested at the multi-generational action blocking the entrance to Massey's office building in September were sentenced to 3 weeks in jail. Then, on April 22, 2010, Jacqueline Annie Quimby was sentenced to 2 months in jail for sitting down in a Hall Road in October. 353. 354. What we're seeing, Judy says, is more and more corruption of the state of West Virginia. It needs to be brought out in the light in the rest of America. They're sending a message: it's okay to kick the shit out of tree huggers, but you can't sit down in the middle of the road, you can't participate in nonviolent civil disobedience. You can't use the Constitution of America in West Virginia. Because we're no longer in America. It comes right back to that. And they're gonna keep raising it up, increasing those penalties, Judy predicted in early May. And she was right. On Monday, May 17, 2 young activists affiliated with CGZ were arrested on misdemeanor charges for blocking the entrance to the same Massey office building near Charleston that other CGZ activists had blockaded in September. This time, the protesters attached themselves to a tripod set up in the driveway and displayed a banner reading, "Massey, profits over people and mountains. Fight back." Boone County Magistrate C. Porter Snodgrass set their bail at a stunning $100,000 each, cash only. At the end of the week, another judge reduced the 2 protesters' bail to a still extraordinary $25,000, with permission to satisfy that obligation by paying a bondsman $2,500. At that time, the 2, Emma Kate Martin and Benjamin Bryant, were offered a plea deal of time served plus 55 days community service and house arrest. Ben took the deal and was released from jail, fully a week after his arrest. Emma Kate remained in jail. At her pre-trial hearing on June 3, both the defense and the prosecutor agreed on a sentence of time served, with a community service option for the remaining 3 days of a 21-day sentence. Magistrate Snodgrass disagreed, and the case headed for trial. Meanwhile, the mixed signals from Washington continued. In mid-June, the Army Corps of Engineers announced that it was suspending 354. 355. Its nationwide 21 permitting process and would henceforth require full examination of the specific effects of each proposed strip mine, calling for one or more valley fills. Anti-MTR activists welcomed the move, but were cautious about its likely effects. Since new valley fill permits are going to be difficult to get, Webb predicted at the time, the coal industry will move quickly to obtain revisions and extensions on their permitted sites. This will allow them to continue to blow up more mountains for coal, using already permitted valley fills. However, it soon appeared that new valley fill permits might not be so difficult to get after all. Days after the ACOE announcement, the Federal Environmental Protection Agency announced its first decision on an MTR permit under new, supposedly tougher guidelines the EPA had adopted in April. That decision approved valley fills that would fill in nearly 3 miles of streams at the 760-acre Pine Creek mining operation in Logan County, West Virginia, in an watershed already heavily burdened with strip mines. Following the EPA's decision, on July 8, 4 activists affiliated with RAN locked themselves together in the lobby of the agency's Washington headquarters in protest. On July 15, activists affiliated with Climate Ground Zero locked themselves to a high-wall strip mining machine at the Bee Tree mine site on Coal River Mountain. This story isn't finished. Massey Energy and the other big coal companies engaging in large-scale strip mining won't give up easily. At the same time, those seeking to end MTR are determined, persistent, and prepared to continue their efforts. Although this story isn't finished, we can see already that the story of King Coal's reign is ending. Even Senior Robert Byrd, the longest-serving senator in U.S. history and a steadfast supporter of the coal industry throughout his career, knew by late 2009 that time was running out for business as usual in Appalachia's coalfields. The practice of mountaintop removal mining has a diminishing constituency in Washington. 355. 356. He wrote. Most members of Congress, like most Americans, oppose the practice. However, he added, the greatest threats to the future of coal do not come from possible constraints on mountaintop removal mining or other environmental regulations, but rather from rigid mindsets, depleting coal reserves, and the declining demand for coal as more power plants begin shifting to biomass and natural gas as a way to reduce emissions. Change has been a constant throughout the history of our coal industry. West Virginians can choose to anticipate change and adapt to it, or resist and be overrun by it. Appalachia's coal is running out. What's left, after more than a century of mining there, is increasingly difficult and expensive to mine. Even enforcement of existing laws will make MTR less profitable and more difficult, perhaps simply impossible at many or most sites. And any new laws passed pertaining to strip mining will likely increase expenses and reduce profitability still further. Many, perhaps all, of the remaining possible sites for large-scale strip mining of Appalachian coal will likely become forbidden or unprofitable to mine. The reign of King Coal is ending. What we don't know, yet, is what's next for Appalachia. Will King Coal's demise clear the way for yet another new wave of extractive, exploitative industry, much as coal barons followed timber barons here a century ago? Or, instead, will King Coal be succeeded by a new pattern of economic and political life in Appalachia, a pattern that both maximizes human freedom and fosters the paramount goal of sustainability for the region's natural and human communities? This, at this moment in history, is the big question facing not only Appalachia but all of America. How might we move beyond our used-up and move-on way of life, into new ways of living that could plausibly leave a world where our great-grandchildren can decently live? 356. 357. The ending of King Coal's reign puts Appalachia in the vanguard of this transition. Americans everywhere have a stake in how well that transition is made there. And Americans everywhere can help make it go well. Ask your senators, congressmen, and president to end MTR now by enforcing existing laws, and to pass new legislation to prevent any resumption of mountaintop removal in the future. Insist that the federal government require coal companies to pay the full cost of repairing the damage they do to human health and home places, and to fund genuine ecological restoration of land and water habitats harmed by strip mining. When that falls short, insist that public funding be committed to furthering that repair and restoration, and to building infrastructure supportive of Appalachia's transition beyond coal. Support the Coal River Wind Project and similar sustainable development initiatives as they arise across Appalachia. And don't stop there. Use the knowledge gained from Appalachia's transition efforts to inform decision-making closer to your own home. Find patterns of renewable energy and sustainable agriculture and industry that can support healthy ecological and human communities in your own home place. Find your own way. One evening at the Climate Ground Zero campaign house where Mike Roselle was living, I asked Mike if those beers I'd seen in the refrigerator were his, and might I have one. As leader of the free world, Mike proclaimed, all the beer in that refrigerator belongs to him, and I should feel free to help myself. The next day, Mike clarified. He is, in fact, the leader of the free world. But it's a very small world. Only one person lives there. Himself. Mike's a free person. So is Bo Webb, having avoided what he calls the slave mentality. So are Judy Bonds, and dozens of other Appalachians engaged in the fight against MTR and for a better future for themselves, their families, and their communities. But those who depend on King Coal are not free to speak their minds, not free to feel good about raising their children in a home place they won't have to leave. If you allow yourself to be dependent on 357. 358. Work that poisons your neighbors, human and wild, that poisons even your own home and family, how free are you even to call your soul your own? Across America, millions upon millions of us are likewise unfree. We're not, most of us, bad people. Most of us don't like the bad things that result from the ways we make a living and live our lives. But we feel we have no choice. The fight against MTR in Appalachia is also a fight for better choices for all of us. Free people are choosing to engage in that fight not just to defend their own freedom, which is, after all, as Mike says, a very small world, but also to make it possible for more and more of their fellow citizens to freely choose to live, in grace and comfort, in ways that are good for the land and its people everywhere. Their fight is our fight too. It's been 5.5 years since I started work on this book. During that time, hundreds of individuals have helped by providing information, advice, or permission to observe them, as well as meals, places to stay, loans of equipment, and more. Some of those individuals are named in this book. Of the others, many but not all requested that their names not be used, as one would expect in connection with a campaign that uses civil disobedience to try to compel powerful corporations and associated politicians to stop a profitable practice. Much of the most useful information and help I received came from individuals who did not want their names used. I owe them at least as much gratitude as I do those who were willing to be named. So I'm not going to name any of the individuals who deserve acknowledgement here. You know who you are, and I'm thankful for all you've done for me. Organizations are another matter. If, after reading this book, you feel moved to help with coal field-based efforts to end MTR, you can do no better than to get in touch with any of these organizations, all of which both have been helpful to me and urgently need support from people outside Appalachia to continue their good work there. 359. 360. Climate Ground Zero, Anti-MTR Civil Disobedience Campaign based in Rock Creek, West Virginia. Coal River Mountain Watch, community organizing and anti-MTR advocacy nonprofit based in Whitesville, West Virginia. RRENEW Collective, Anti-MTR and Community Organizing Campaign that works closely with both MJ and SAMS, based in Wise County, Virginia. Southern Appalachian Mountain Stewards, community organizing, and anti-MTR advocacy nonprofit based in Wise County, Virginia. I've put these 4 at the top of this list because I know their current work best, and believe that what they're doing is critical not only for ending MTR but also for building a better future in Appalachia. Other organizations that have been helpful in the writing of this book include, in alphabetical order, Appalachian Voices, Christians for the Mountains, Quechua Earth First, Kentuckians for the Commonwealth, The Campaign, Ohio Valley Environmental Coalition, Sierra Club's Environmental Justice Program, South Wings, and United Mountain Defense.